Fellas, we still there?
Yeah. Shouldn't. You're just screen sharing. That shouldn't be a problem at all, really. Like, I don't know what. As soon as I joined the VMix call, I just completely shut off my audio receive, and I had to reset the PC. So, like... Hey, there we go. Oh, no, I know what you don't have your camera enabled. Because I think it requires camera and mic, doesn't it? Because I can't, you know.
On that computer, right? See why both of the announcers are struggling to connect into vMix?
All right, I am in. I do believe.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Whiteland Raceway Part here on the Kart Chaser Network. My name is Ian Fisher. Alongside me in the booth is Sheldon Atkins this evening. We apologize for some of the early technical difficulties we had just getting everything squared away, but we are here. We are ready. We're actually, just to put you in context of where we're at for the evening, this is our 206 medium heat number 1 going on right now. So we're going to have this. We're going to have one more heat in our first round of heats. We're going to take a quick 25-minute or so break, and then we'll be back for our second round of heats here on Kart Chaser. So, Sheldon, we've got about, right now, it seems like 8 karts getting ready to go right now. We're see if they can get a good start. Looks like a good tram line, and we do have the green flag. We're off and running here in our 206 senior medium heat. It's a nice side-by-side start so far. They'll file in here to this first set of corners. You and I, Sheldon, were kind of talking, trying to get everything fixed earlier. We were also talking about the track a little bit. This is such a fun place to come and watch karting. It's such a fun track. Look at that huge bank curve all these drivers have to navigate right here. Just a really great place to watch all these drivers show their skills off, and also a few different configurations that you can really run with here. You see today they're using the back long straightaway configuration, and really a lot of places to set up passing as you see a little bit of side-by-side action here through the S's. I remember being here a few weeks ago. That was really the spot to watch, was that S section coming back here to the start-finish line, Sheldon. I'm sure it's going to be someplace we're going to watch today as well.
Absolutely. And one thing that I'm trying to keep my eye on right now, that 8 machine of Heber up there at the front, did so well last week. Ran a bunch of great races. Got a handful of... Got himself the victory last week, if I do remember correctly, out here bringing charge to the field here as we start this this heat off. Oh, we got one kart off the track. That looks like the 28 machine of Mayfield.
Yeah, Mayfield there.
That's a rough way to start off your day.
Yeah, you're going to try to get at least a push start going there, Sheldon. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get back on the track. I'll probably be able to get back on the track, but again, that's going to set you back positions. Not what you want, especially here starting out the day.
No, not at all. Especially when you're trying to set up for qualifying or set your spot on the grid for the race. But right now, Heber setting the fastest lap so far. Purple across the board with a 54.1. With Steele right in tow, though, they're in the second place position. Just 2 tenths
right
off, bumper to bumpers.
Yeah, right behind him right now, Sheldon. You put the nail on the head. And just to kind of set the scene for you here, because we're kind of jumping into this kind of on the go here. Brandon Heber in the 8 machine, you kind of mentioned it, has a little bit of dominance on the season so far. A couple wins under his belt. He's leading this race right now. It's going to be the 34 of Mark Steele in second position, trying to run him down right now. The 78 of Jared Howerton finds himself in third. And then back 4th through 8th is going to be Braden Johnson, Peyton Klein, Nicholas Kosman, Aaron Maxwell, and Brandon Mayfield, just to put the karts that are out here on the track for your 206 senior medium heat number 1. And again, we're going to have 2 heats this evening. So after this heat, we'll have a second heat to set our final grid for the evening. So kind of a condensed format here this evening, Sheldon. These drivers are going to have to really get up on the wheel early, I think, and really kind of be assertive about their track position, because you don't want to fall behind early, especially in such a condensed format.
Absolutely not. But the one man not falling behind on anything. Braden Heber setting another purple lap here with a 50.9 over second place. Mark Steele starting to walk away from that 34 machine as he works himself through the straightaway here into these technical corners. It's such a fun track to watch because, like you said earlier, there's so many passing opportunities, and there's a little bit of something for everybody. You know, you've got those long straightaways where you can really just stretch out the RPMs on these karts. But that's followed by quick, flat corners as you see a battle underway right now for what I think is the third place position, as Braden Johnson makes his way past Jared Howerton up into P3.
Yeah, that was a battle for your third position. Braden Johnson there able to get the pass there in that S section. You were talking about that flat section of the racetrack. You see that big bank curve in the distance. It's really interesting to see these karts progress throughout the evening and even different parts of the day, Sheldon, and to see which karts will have the advantage maybe earlier on a colder racetrack, or which ones will have the advantage maybe later on in the day in a hotter racetrack like we have right now. Another thing that's really interesting to see is you saw Braden Johnson was able to make that pass in the most technical part of the racetrack so far. So especially in these 206 classes, the setups you can kind of change, Sheldon. You can get yourself a kart that really likes that run off the bank corner, or you can get yourself a kart that works really well in those technical sections. And it's interesting to see where the passes are made all night long.
And I'll tell you, Braden Johnson looking like he's coming on strong here as we get later into this thing. Once the temps come up in the tires, running some really competitive laps, just a 10th off your leader. But Jared Howerton right there in tow in 4th place, right up on the rear bumper of that kart, doing a really good job matching lap pace with that 141 machine of Johnson. You know, a little bit further behind Braden. I feel like it's probably a little too late for them to be able to do anything with him. But as these guys work their way through the grid, I mean, you can only imagine that once we actually get to the final tonight, these guys are going to be right there with that 8 machine and make it really difficult for Braden to run away with it.
Well, something we've also seen, too, is I think we're going to have one more lap before we're going to get 2 sticks in the air. And right now you're watching a battle here for 3rd and 4th. This is still Braden Johnson and Jared Howerton. One thing that I've noticed is really interesting with these races, too, Sheldon, is the starts are so important. You can get yourself out to a really good start and maybe not have the top kart, but you've gotten yourself out to that huge initial gap. It kind of like Brandon Heber sees right now. It's only about a second gap he has right now on Mark Steele in 2nd position, but we've seen him get out to such an early lead, and then it's really hard to make that ground back up. I actually think what you're seeing here a little bit between the 141 and the 78 is a little bit of teamwork to try to move back into the position, although now that I say that, you see a little bit of a look to the inside by Howerton. We'll see if he takes the move going to the corner here. He'll stay in line. You're seeing at the top of your screen 2 laps remaining right now. That's for our leaders. So these drivers right now will be taking 2 laps to go at this time coming across right now. And you're seeing right now the white flag was in the air for Braden Heber. So again, you mentioned kind of the dominance he's had throughout the season. He's continuing that trend here today and continues to hold off. Mark Steele opened up a little bit of a gap that last lap through. But again, to set your top 3 right now, it's going to be Heber, Steele, and Johnson. And then Howerton, you see right now in this battle, is the kart chasing Johnson right now for that 3rd position. Peyton Klein is in 5th, Nicholas Kosman in 6th, Aaron Maxwell in 7th, and Braden Mayfield right now is in 8th. I think was not able to get that kart going after the incident we saw, but that's going to be just a clinical performance we've seen so far by Braden Heber there. You can see the gap for the rest of the field. He's going to come and take the checkered flag here for the 206 medium heat number 1. Going to set him up really, really good for the next heat. And I think he's going to have some work to do because I'm looking at the schedule here and I'm going to hedge my bets a little bit, Sheldon, as we see the rest of the drivers come across the line. I believe the grid order is inverted. So I think Heber will be starting actually in last place for the 2nd heat. And I'm going to have to get some clarification on exactly how the scoring will go into the features, but I believe that's how it sits right now. So we'll take a look at your results as they sit right now. Brandon Heber, of course, takes the win. Mark Steele, Braden Johnson does a good job to hold off Jared Howerton in the 78 kart there for 3rd position. Peyton Klein will be 5th, Nicholas Kosman 6th, Aaron Maxwell in 7th, and Braden Mayfield will be in 8th, finishing 7 laps down after we saw the kart go off there. So hopefully they'll be able to get some repairs going and get him back out on the racetrack. Pretty good first. Well, I'm not going to say it's the first heat, but the first heat for us so far this evening, Sheldon.
Yeah, Mayfield with that unfortunate launch off the track in the beginning of his heat. If you are correct, and we do have an invert for the 2nd heat, it's going to put him in the catbird seat to really run away and do something here. So, out of all bad things, occasionally find something good to come out of it. Could be a very fortunate break for that 28 machine.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to hold on to the pace. That is going to be interesting as well. That's something new, at least that I'm seeing here on the Kart Chaser Network and here on the Whiteland Raceway Park, is that invert in the 2nd heat. So usually it's the warm-ups and then the qualifying, then the single heat race we see. And then into the features a little bit different this time around. So I'm interested to see what that invert will do, because it's definitely going to be, there's going to be some slower karts at the beginning of the field when those races start. And I don't want to say it's going to be problematic, but it's going to be interesting to see those faster karts navigate their way through the field. I will say that.
Absolutely will, but here we are, another class taken to the track here, starting that formation lap up.
going to be your KA senior class, and we'll get you just a run down through the grid here once our live timing screen updates. Just a little bit of inside kart chaser for those of you watching at home. I am still waiting for the timing tower to update. I am still showing the 206 senior medium heat. Once these karts cross the line for the first time, though, we'll be able to give you a rundown of the grid here. You can already see some very aggressive tire warming going on. I appreciate that from the 50 kart right there. You can see that right now. Looks to be about 8 karts on this grid. Like I said, we'll get you a full rundown of the grid as soon as we can here. All these karts slowing down to the tram lines, double file, trying to just maintain your pace speed here. Looks to be about 7 karts, if my math is correct, but it rarely is. Green flag here, a good start. Looks like no issues through the tram line. Yeah, it looks like my math was correct, Sheldon. Sorry, I did not mean to cut you off there, bud.
Oh, you're fine. Right now, Braden Rudder, though, with the advantage in that 50 kart, up there over the second place starter of Nick Denny. They worked themselves through the bowl down that long straightaway here. A lot of drafting opportunities. You see the 50 machine of Braden Rudder all the way ducked down into the steering wheel, trying to break that toe to the car behind him. So he did a decent job. And they're side by side, one hopping the curve. I think that was Matt Dean in the 97 machine. Yes, it was. Really huge curb hop for him. Going to really break up that momentum. But he is back again to the rear bumper of the 01 machine of Nick Denny.
Well, I almost wondered too, Sheldon. I was watching that whole thing develop, and you kind of alluded to it with the run and the draft that they were getting down there. Braden Rudder really was tucking in, but I believe that was Matt Dean that had the huge run going into the corner there, and kind of you saw got kind of side by side with Nick Denny for a second there. Nick Denny, I believe, was the one that was the fortunate recipient of that. Finds himself now in the second position. But you kind of mentioned it. Coming off of that bank corner, the runs that we've seen, that's going to be something to watch all night long. Right now, as they run, you see a little bit of a battle here for second and third position. This is still Denny and Matt Dean. Matt Dean in that blue and white card. He's going to take a look at the inside here and easily take that position away from Nick Denny. Didn't even break a sweat, it looked like there, Sheldon.
Yeah, Matt Dean, obviously, in the way things sit right now, a little bit faster kart, a little bit faster drive, getting himself up to the second position over Nick Denny in that 01 kart. Nick Denny looks like he's just kind of falling prey to the field right now, unfortunately. As you see now, Raider Santos all over the back bumper of his cars that come through the bank corners.
I was wondering that myself. Is Nick Denny falling back, or is Matt Dean just that much faster right now that he's made the pass? We'll kind of see next time by. Get an idea of the lap times here. You see a little bit more side-by-side contact. The 0 kart there for a second. Looked like Henry Wheeler went over the curve there, Sheldon. Made the pass work. I don't know if we'll look at that at all. I have a bad angle here, kind of a flat angle to see if he cut the corner there, but he did definitely hop the curve. You saw the kart get up in the air. And as I kind of mentioned, that last time by, Braden Rudder, your leader, ran a 45.7, but just a little bit faster. Matt Dean in that 97 ran a 45.72, so just the slightest bit faster, but he's there as far as pace goes. Then you look down the rest of the field, it's 46.47 second lap time. So Matt Dean and Braden Rudder right now, running second and first respectively, are kind of the classier field. Everybody else right now still settling into their race pace. Nick Denny, Henry Wheeler, Raider Santos, Macy Galen, and Kevin Simonellic will round out your field of 7 karts we have here in this KA senior first heat.
Yeah, talking about that pass that we saw Henry Wheeler make, we talk, come from the NASCAR side of things, we talk about the pass in the grass a lot. That's the first time I think I've ever seen a pass in the air, because that kart was all 4 wheels off the track as he made that move to get into the third position.
And it really, you don't want to do that. You don't want to have the wheels off the ground because you want to have all 4 to push the tires, but you kind of mentioned it. It worked for him there.
Yeah, just geometry of the corner worked in the favor. It's going to move him up into the third place position, though, in that 0 kart. But right now, Braden Rudder up here at the front of the pack. Looked like he was going to run away with it earlier, but now you see that 97 machine of Matt Dean all over the rear end of that 50 kart as they work themselves through the tech section of this track onto that long back straightaway.
Looked like Dean thought about it.
Leads them down.
It looked like Dean thought about it there for a second, but thought better of it, Sheldon.
Oh, well, here it is. He's going to think about it, and he's going to get it this time. Matt Dean up to the race lead with what looked like an effortless pass. And he pulled, it looks like he pulled Henry Wheeler with him.
He pulled 2 carts with him, actually. When Matt Dean made that move there on Braden Rudder, it opened the door not only for Henry Wheeler, but it looks like Raider Santos actually was able to make the pass there. He's going to take 3rd position now. That's going to drop Braden Rudder all the way down from 1st into 4th position. That's definitely not what you want to do, and it's something here that's we don't touch on a lot. I will say that, Sheldon, is we always talk about when you want to make your pass, and that doesn't seem to be the issue today. The passing doesn't seem to be the hard part. Another hard thing to do is, how do I get past? If I am going to be passed, how do I get past in such a way where I'm not going to lose a lot of time? Kind of like Rudder did there, finds himself now all the way back in 4th position. It's something that's really interesting. You and I are not incredibly familiar with karting, but it's something that's so interesting to me that one pass can open the door for 3 or 4 karts, as we see right there.
Well, I'm starting to think that there might be something to miss on that 50 kart of Braden Rudder, because some up here class of the field leading the first, 3/4 of this thing gets overtaken by Matt Dean, and he is way back there. He has fallen all the way back to the 5th position. 2 seconds nearly off pace to the rest of the field. There's got to be something wrong with that kart for him to give that much speed that fast.
I would have to agree with you there.
And then you see bringing it in.
Yeah, he just pulled in the pit lane right there. So 2 laps to go now here for this lead pack that you see on your screen. That's Henry Wheeler trying to make a move to the outside of Matt Dean right now. He'll cover off the inside nicely, but that's going to open up it. It's going to open it up and let Henry Wheeler go to the inside. Yeah, you said it, Sheldon. He's got it. That was a great pass.
3 passes for the lead here in such a short heat. Kind of impressive. Wasn't expecting that when we saw them roll through the tram lines. White flag in the air, though, for Henry Wheeler. 1 more lap to go. And a 4/10 of a second advantage over second place Matt Dean.
And about 8 laps on all of these drivers' tires here. So we'll start to watch that as the night goes on, start to see if any other karts will fall off. As the night goes on. Again, we think it was a mechanical problem for Braden Rudder because you saw him pull off there, but you even see now Matt Dean is even slipping back into the clutches, even maybe of Raider Santos here as we go through the last complex of corners. I do think Henry Wheeler there, you see, has it locked up, but we've seen Matt Dean make a move to the inside here. Does he have enough room to make it one more time? I don't think he does, Sheldon, and that means that Henry Wheeler is going to come to the checkered flag in our KA Senior Heat 1 to take the victory, followed closely by Matt Dean and Raider Santos. They'll take your podium positions. Nick Denny is going to come across in the 4th place position, and it looks like Macy Galen, Kevin Simonellic, and then Braden Rudder will round out your results. We'll see him on screen in a second here, but that was one of our more chaotic heat races we've seen probably, I would say, ever here. I don't know how many changes we had for the lead, at least 3, possibly 4. What are your thoughts here, Sheldon?
3 changes for the lead, and that just looked like one of those races that it looked like we had the leader jinx out there today. Braden Rudder looked like he was going to run away with that thing, and something goes wrong on that kart, hands it over to Matt Dean, then Matt Dean just gets absolutely dog-walked in the last lap by Henry Wheeler. And all 3 of those karts ran comparable times to start this thing off, so it's crazy to see that much fall off, or, wonder what was causing that, but we'll find out later.
And just for context, too, the fastest lap of the race was on lap 5. That was a 45.322. That was by your winner of this race, Henry Wheeler. So we did see some fall off in lap times as the race progressed. Now, keep in mind that was with some side-by-side racing mixed in there, so that's going to factor into your lap times a little bit. But with that being said, right now, that's going to end our run of Heat 1 races here. So that was all the way from 206 Sportsman all the way through to the KA senior class. We do apologize again for those technical difficulties. Earlier, we weren't able to give you the full coverage like we like to do on Kart Chaser here, but we have them fixed, we think, now. So we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back around, I will say 4:55-ish or so for the 206 Sportsman Heat number 2. It's, again, we're going to have inverted grids from Heat number 1, so that'll be interesting to see another heat race session. So we're going to have 5 minutes and 2 laps in all of these. So don't go anywhere. Go get yourself a snack. Maybe a drink, maybe go and check out some of our great sponsors shop, AKR, Coastal Inc, Southern Law Center. Maybe check out the Whiteland Raceway Park website for a little bit, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 25 minutes here on Kart Chaser for some more action.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep,
gloves,
yep,
rib protectors.
got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelandUSA.com. Whiteland USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelandUSA.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome to the Kart Indianapolis experience at Whiteland Raceway Park. Indy's premier outdoor karting circuit, Whiteland Raceway Park is just 20 minutes south of downtown Indy and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Our trackside event center and high-speed go-karts make Whiteland Raceway Park the perfect destination for your next event or party. Stop in today or book your race online at racewrp.com and experience real racing right here in Indy.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
All right, welcome back to Whiteland Raceway Park here. Ian Fisher, Sheldon Atkins chopping it up in the Kart Chaser Shop AKR broadcast booth. And we're back at the racetrack for our Heat 2 action this evening. Going to be kicking it off here with the karts you see on screen. In the tram line right now, our 206 Sportsman Heat 2 class underway. Again, this is an inverted grid from the last time you saw us here on Kart Chaser. So keep that in mind. You're going to be seeing some karts coming from the back to the front. Looks like a good start so far for this heat. Everybody single file so far. Sheldon doesn't look like very much trouble for any of these karts. A good start so far. A little bit of 2x2 racing there back towards the back of the pack to set your grid for you. Right now in the lead we have Lincoln Wiley, Danny O'Gara, Jordan Lapin, Light, Simon Ellick, Brett Hastings, and then Casey and Hendrickson. You're going to make up your drivers here in this 206 Sportsman Heat 2 class. So far, so good, Sheldon. Looks like everybody just settling in for this first lap. Change for the lead here. Now Danny O'Gara takes the lead from Lincoln Wiley as we're now in the lap number 2. 3 minutes 57 seconds left in your first heat race so far. Again, a side-by-side here. This is between O'Gara and Wiley, I believe, for your first position. Two drivers going back and forth here through the technical spot of the racetrack. Looks like there's going to be a battle developing there, but kind of peters out so far. Change in position now for second and third. Jordan Lapin will take the position away from Lincoln Wiley. So now O'Gara, Lapin, Wiley, Hendrickson, Hastings, Simon Ellick, how they run here. 3 minutes left in our second heat here on the 206 Sportsman class this evening from Whiteland Raceway Park. One kart goes off there. I'm not entirely sure who that was, Sheldon. We'll see as our timing screen updates here. I believe it might have been Simon Ellick. Again, 2 minutes, 12 seconds left in our second heat here for the 206 Sportsman class. You're watching us here on Kart Chaser. Ian Fisher and Sheldon Atkins here. And it looks like it was Simon Ellick that went off there in the back of the pack. You kind of saw it earlier. Not sure exactly what happened there. 2 minutes and 5 seconds left now. Danny O'Gara still holding on to that lead over Jordan Lapin for the time being.
And to no surprise at that, Danny O'Gara has been so good this year here at Whiteland Park. And off to another really good advantage over this field. Setting fastest laps, 0.2 of a second up on second place. Jordan Lapin. And like I said, almost a 2-second advantage as it sits at the moment.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us in this heat race too, right now it started off where Lincoln Wiley was your pole sitter for this race, and it was kind of a battle between Jordan Lapin and Lincoln Wiley for the longest time, and then all of a sudden Danny O'Gara kind of just came in and swooped past both of them, and you kind of mentioned it now, just being the class of the field, setting the fastest laps. So far right now has the fastest lap on the racetrack. That was lap 3, so the last time by. I'm kind of interested to see, though, we've seen it happen, the kind of tire fall off as these heats go, or maybe drivers just kind of trying to conserve what they have in the go-kart for our future race. But right now, Danny O'Gara just really kind of checking out on the rest of the field right now. You can kind of see tucks in a little bit. I like watching the different drivers, Sheldon, seeing what they do, if they tuck in, if they don't tuck in. Really interesting about go-kart racing, too, that maybe a lot of people don't realize is that a lot of weight transfer of the actual body goes into moving the kart as well. It's not just turning the steering wheel.
Yeah, just because, you know, you had such a lightweight platform underneath these drivers. It's kind of like, you know, when you watch people racing motorcycles and stuff like that, when you go into a corner, you want to lean into the corner, kind of get the thing to plant underneath you a little bit better. Then tuck in as low as you can when you're on the straightaways, as you see Daniel Guerra do there, trying to kind of bring that drag coefficient down, smooth out the air transfer over the kart a little bit. Doesn't help a whole lot, but, you know, when it comes to this, you know, you're talking thousands of seconds can make all the difference. And right now, trying to stretch that lead out, Daniel Guerra is using every tool that he has in the toolbox to pull an advantage over second place Jordan Lapin, and that is currently up to a well over a 2-second advantage, 2.3 seconds now at the line. Daniel Guerra in a class of his own right now, as he leads us with just 2 laps remaining in this heat.
Yeah, he actually just got the 2 sticks in the air that last time by. I thought he was just barely going to beat it, and we were going to have 3 laps remaining. But yes, you are absolutely correct, Sheldon. 2 laps to go here. Daniel Guerra just has to basically keep the tires on it for 2 more laps, and he'll find himself in an easy way to a heat race victory here. We'll see if there's any moving positions farther on through the pack. This battle for second and third has been kind of going on throughout the entire race for Jordan Lapin and Lincoln Wiley, so let's see if there's going to be any more moves for position here. I'm sorry, let me correct myself. This is actually a battle for fourth between Lincoln Wiley, Case, and Hendrickson. You can see Hendrickson in the 202 there, looking to make the move to the inside. He's going to have the advantage heading into the right-hander here. You can see Lincoln Wiley takes that little bit of a look to the right. Case and Hendrickson maybe thought better of it. We'll see if they set up the crossover move here, Sheldon.
Yeah, looked like a little bit better momentum running that outside line there for Lincoln Wiley. Going to get him back in front of Case and Henderson for the time being. Right now, we pan the camera back up here to our race leader, Daniel Guerra. And I can't talk enough about the talent that this kid has. When I covered here a couple weeks back with good old buddy Simon Sykes, I swear it was Daniel Guerra was the name that we mentioned the most in that day, because every time you saw him out there, he was making big moves, getting up to the lead and just running away with it.
Yeah, he really does seem to have quite the Swiss Army knife, I will say, of moves to get himself up to the front. It seems like any situation you put him in, you kind of alluded to it there, he just comes and gets the checkered flag, as we see him take it right now. Jordan Lapin will take second position. Lincoln Wiley, I think, is just going to be out Case and Hendrickson for that spot. Yes, that came through official on the timing screen now. So that'll be for your third and fourth position there. Brent Hastings and Lilat Simon Ellick are yet still to finish. I think Simon Ellick is the only kart that's still on the racetrack right now. As you see, the what I will refer to as the bullpen. I don't know if that's the right way. I don't know. Do you have a better name for that? What do you think?
I think the bullpen works in this scenario, honestly.
Yeah. So you'll see their karts there getting ready in the bullpen for our next class. Let me go get my handy-dandy schedule here in just a second so I can actually sound like I know what I'm talking about, which you know, Sheldon, I have no idea what I'm talking about. But if I can look at things, I can read off of them and pretend. So that was our Sportsman class heat. We're going to be moving into the 206 junior class next. So that'll just kick off here in just under a minute. You saw the karts ready to go. So just to set the table for you, 206 juniors, then 206 light is going to be coming up next. After that, 206 masters. Following the 206 masters, around the Blue Shock EV class, followed by the mini class, the KA juniors, the 206 mediums, and then finally our KA seniors that you saw finish out our Heat 1 format earlier are also going to finish out our Heat 2 format. So no change in the order of how these heats kicked off, Sheldon, only a change in, obviously, the grids, because the winner of your first heat race is now going to be in the back of heat race number 2 with that inverted grid. So that's really the only thing that's going to change between the first heat and the second heat. No changes in the time frame, still 5 minutes and 2 laps. So in just a few minutes here, we'll get going with our 206 junior class. Anything, obviously, I mean, we'll talk about this. Sheldon, Daniel Guerra, of course, stands out here. That doesn't really surprise us at all. Anybody else stand out to you, though, at least in that first heat?
Well, stand out, yes, but in an unfortunate manner. I expected to see more out of Lilat Simon Ellick. I guess there was just something amiss on the kart here. Somehow, they missed it today, but, he was... That was Daniel Guerra's biggest competition when, I was covering this with Simon Sykes a few weeks ago. But right now, turning our attention back to the track, karts on the speedway here, getting ready to line up.
Yeah, you're correct, Sheldon. I believe Simon Ellick had I think, a mechanical issue. Finished a few laps down, but you're correct. It's always been competition for Danny O'Gara, so maybe just slightly easier for O'Gara this time as we see our karts for the 206 junior class in the tram line. Looks like we're going to have a clean start here. Yes, you do see the green flag in the air. Evan Patton, our pole sitter, will take the field down into turn 1 here. Always so interesting, these first couple of corners, to see how these drivers navigate it. Usually do a very good job of keeping it clean, but one of the areas we always seem to have some kind of issue is through that downhill hairpin right there. That's a very tough corner. And then also just coming into this long passing zone, you'll see here, it looks like Mason Ward is going to try to take an early move to the inside of Evan Patton here. We'll see if they're able to make it stick. They have the advantage now, but then Evan Patton again is going to be able to hold that inside line coming through that technical section. And that's something that's really interesting about this racetrack, Sheldon, I really like watching, is even if you set yourself up for a good passing opportunity, usually the next corner is in the opposite direction. So you have to finish your pass really quickly. You can't really take your time and sit side by side with any karts for too long here.
Yeah, so that 100% is one of the most exciting parts about this track. I mean, you know, with my wonderful southern dialect, I just refer to it as they followed a snake when they paved the place, and it opened up for a really unique race course that gives us so many different opportunities for these drivers to do different things to make themselves shine against their competition. But right now, the guy that's shining the most, Jack Faber, out there with a commanding lead over the rest of the field, a 0.5 of a second advantage just after the first lap alone. Ran a 52.2 to second place is 55.2 to second place is 55.8. Absolutely on rails out there in that 381 kart.
And I kind of apologize to Jackson Fiber because I didn't really mention him too much going into that second lap. But yeah, I kind of made the jump there. You see 3 positions from 4th to 1st. So really good job there moving his way through the field. This is a battle for about, it looks like, 3rd on back on your screen right now. This is kind of the train of karts, I will say, that are kind of getting themselves grouped together here. Maybe trying to push their way to the front. You can see that's about from 3rd to about, I would say, 6th place there. And you can see the top 3 there kind of grouping away. And then also a pass for that 3rd position is now developing with a little bit of a help from a push there.
Oh, huge push there.
Yeah, I was going to say that was a big shot.
It's pretty hard to enter the corner when you got the back tires lifted off the ground, but one heck of a job to keep the thing under him there in 2nd place. Sorry, a little bit further back. That's the 98 car of Carson Benjamin that was fighting heavy pressure from Lucian Laser in that battle for the 4th place position.
Yeah, definitely
keep that thing righted and still keep the spots.
Yeah, definitely got some names out here too. Lucian Laser, Evan Patton come to mind. A couple of drivers we've seen. Parker Dunn, another driver that comes to mind as well. Again, not saying that Jack Fiber came out of nowhere. Obviously, everyone's a pretty talented driver out here, and there's actually quite a lot of parity all through these karts. So it's not really, you do see the same drivers towards the front every week, but then you look back to the pack, and it's usually pretty close. So we've been watching this battle here through the mid-pack through a majority of your race right now. That's Carson Benjamin that the camera is focused on right now. Lucian Laser trying to find some way past him right now, and then in front of him, Patton trying to hold off this whole charging pack, really, and that's kind of slowing him down and not making it any easier to catch up to the 381 kart of Jack Faber right now. Again, not the fastest kart on the racetrack, but, Sheldon, when you have those karts behind you really battling for position, you can kind of at least breathe for the time being. Still got about a minute and 12 seconds before you'll see the 2 sticks in the air for 2 laps to go. But I think if you're the 381 right now, you're really not in a bad spot.
Absolutely not. The main problem you got to worry about, though, is if these guys start to get up there a little bit closer to you, if they can get that slipstream coming down those long straightaways, that could be a huge problem for you. But that 1.7 second advantage over 2nd place Evan Patton, that's going to pay dividends to Jack up there in the lead, because while these guys are back here pushing as hard as they can to try and reel him in, he can just kind of ease off it a little bit, save what he's got. He's only got a minute left plus 2 laps to get this thing over with. Just kind of ride, keep it calm, hit your marks, and see what you can learn for the final.
And right now, both of the last 2 laps, I've been watching a little bit, Sheldon. Lucian Laser was the fastest kart on the racetrack the past 2 laps. So he's at the back of this pack right now trying to push forward. I think these 3 drivers are working together right now to try to narrow down that gap to Jack Fever right now. I don't think they have enough time to do it, really, but that's why I'm thinking right now, at least, you're not seeing any battling between these 3 karts. I think when you get to 2 laps to go, maybe even 1 lap to go, we will see 2 sticks in the air this time by. For our leader, I think you'll start to see some of those passes happen now, but I think they got the memo maybe just a lap too late to kind of work together to try to get some of this lead back.
Yeah, that's one of the unique things about this track. You know, last week covered from Ohio, and you know, here we are this week again at Whiteland, and the thing that just sets this place different, and I've talked about it a few times, is these really long straightaways with that high bank corner. A lot of on-throttle time gives these guys a lot of extra opportunities to kind of reel themselves back up into the mix after having an unfortunate couple laps. With the opportunities that you can push and draft, you see right there is you see Carson Benjamin get a huge pull to the back of Evan Patton, trying to push him into the corner, trying to get as much speed built up between those 3 karts as they possibly can. But with 2 laps to go, we're already seeing the fight start. Carson Benjamin getting overtaken by the 8 machine of Lucian Laser as we work ourselves through the S's, getting ready to get back into the kink, leads us down the back straightaway.
And again, Lucian Laser has been one of the fastest karts we've been seeing this entire heat race, so it doesn't surprise me now. He is trying to make a move and try to get as many positions as he can, because remember, this will set our grid order going into our final race for this evening. So this one is pretty important. Right now finds himself in 3rd position. I think he might have just enough time to reel in Evan Patton here and make that move on this final lap. We'll see if Patton can play defensive here, because we've also seen driver Sheldon play a little bit too overly defensive and kind of leaves him flat-footed going into the corner right now. So you see Jack Feber, the leader. We'll see if there's any pass to be made here by Lucian Laser, and I believe it might have already happened, and we didn't even see it.
Lucian Laser, I mean, look, it's no surprise, man. The kid has so much talent, really. It's a young man with a lot of potential moving forward, and here he is out here showing again today how fast he really is. You see Carson Benjamin bringing it home in P3, getting that spot over Evan Patton as well.
By the way, this is completely off topic, but I just want to shout out something here really quick. Did you've seen the flagman suit here, right? Like, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can. Yeah, I don't know if they can hear us on the track right now, but if that guy can't hear us, I want him to hear that suit is pretty awesome. Sorry, we'll go over your finishing order here. Jack Fever, of course, came away with the win. Lucian Laser, you can see that hard charger, 7 spots from where they started 9th place all the way up to 2nd. That's a great effort. Carson Benjamin, no slouch as well, up 3 spots. Evan Patton, Parker Dunn, Mason Ward, Colin Harden, Nico Santos, and Zoe O'Gara will round out the rest of your field. So just a few more minutes here before we get karts going. I'm going to step away for just a quick second here. Sheldon, any thoughts from you before we get going here in the 206 light category?
Man, I'm excited to be back here covering races over here at Whiteland Park, and excited to see what this talent's going to bring with this next event. You go on ahead, step away, and we'll be right back. And we're back on track here with the 206 Senior Light for their second heat. Nick Patton going to lead the field here. You know, 4 wide action, a little bit further in the back of the pack, and we got a Kart around.
Oh!
Big slide. I can't quite get the door number. Can't tell you who that is. We will get that information back to you here in a second. And it also looks like we got a battle shaking up for what I think is the lead right there. That is the 114 Kart of Zachary Allen. Tough break to start out this second heat for him. Able to get the Kart righted and back in the right direction, though, so going to be able to walk it home without a DNF. It's always a little bit better for the confidence levels anyway.
Didn't lose a lap, too, so he's going to be able to at least keep it going here and try to make up some positions on the rest of the field right now. Nick Patton still your leader in the 21 Kart. I take it back as they cross the line. Nick Patton loses 2 spots. Jared Howerton's actually your leader. Brandon Heber finds himself right now in the 2nd position in the 8 Kart. Nick Patton, as I mentioned, in 3rd. We have an unknown mystery driver that just revealed himself to be Kyler Peebles in the 2 Kart in 4th. Braden Johnson in 5th. Colton Kelly in 6th and Zachary Allen in 7th right now, just to run through your field as they run. But that was a hectic first lap there. Zachary Allen, you can see, trying to make up all the spots that he can. We'll go back here to your 5th and 6th spot right now. That's a pass by Colton Kelly on Braden Johnson there. That's going to be for 5th position. They've got 1 Kart ahead of them. Some really intense racing here in the back of the pack right now, Sheldon.
And Braden Johnson, you saw, got pushed a little wide there, got a little out of groove. Saw that Kart really skipping. Hurt the momentum, but he's going to get the spot back here as we come through that final corner. But Jared Howerton right now up in control of this thing, but Braden Heber, I mean, we've mentioned his name multiple times already this afternoon. We're going to be mentioning it for the rest of the night, all over the back bumper of that 78 machine of Jared Howerton as we work our way through the S's.
Right now, Heber running the fastest lap on the racetrack. Again, Howerton's another name that we've talked about throughout the season as well. They're no slow driver on the racetrack right now. You can see 1 pass being completed on the racetrack. This is your lead battle right now. So that's Howerton you see in front. You can always tell that it's Brandon Heber from the high-vis colors that they have on their car. Always very easy for me to pick out which kart is Brandon Heber, so I appreciate him for that. But you can see kind of trying to just set sail right now on Jared Howerton and try to make up any of those spots. Jared Howerton with a little peek over the shoulder to see where the rest of the field is at. You can see the rest of the karts coming across the start-finish line right now. It looks like Braden Johnson's going to make a move on Nick Patton for 3rd position as they come across the line. Really close right now between 4th, 5th, and 6th. But the rest of your positions, at least at this point, kind of spread out. That battle for the lead still ongoing. This is 3rd, 4th, and 5th right now on your screen.
Yeah, back to those high-vis colors because my ADD is kicking right now. Is there anything better on a race car than fluorescent colors, day glow, and high-vis?
Well, from a visibility standpoint for us, it's incredibly helpful. I will say that. I can tell right away who is who.
I always loved it, you know, sitting with the old Paul Menard diecast and watching them light up the room underneath the lamp. But here we go, Braden Heber right back to the back bumper, Jared Howerton, working our way through the technical sectors of this racetrack. And Heber's he's got something else, man. Up 5 spots on the first lap. I mean, yeah, it was a 4-wide kind of slugfest into the first couple corners. But you got to be able to get your way through that and be able to survive that if you're trying to get up here and be competitive. But here he comes with a huge dive down to the inside of Jared Howard and through the bowl into that first real sharp right-hander.
And I don't know if you saw there, Sheldon. I don't know if you saw the look from Jared, but at least from my eye, it kind of looked like Jared looked to his left kind of there and went, where did you come from? Because, yeah, you kind of saw that Heber kind of came up there out of nowhere and was able to make that move stick before Howerton really knew anything that was going on. I really kind of appreciated that little interaction between those two of them right there.
And that is the thing that I like about calling that young man, that 8 kart, man. He will come up out of nowhere and throw some of the craziest moves and make them work. Always exciting to watch Braden Heber ride around the speedway, but he is still under heavy pressure from that 78 machine of Jared Howerton because he is not one to give that thing up yet.
Yeah, you mentioned it, and Howerton there almost had the move to the inside. We'll see if he has anything for him here going down into the corner. Something I've kind of noticed, too, watching Heber is he really likes to be the chase kart. Almost excels at being the chase kart. Sometimes in the lead, you can kind of see here they've got the pace, and then it kind of drops off for him. That last time by, he still was the fastest kart, but that was, again, on the pass. I'm interested to see if we'll be coming to 2 laps ago here or 3. Try to get a peek here as they come by the flag stand. It looks like it is going to be
2 to go.
It is 2 to go. Yeah, thank you for that, Sheldon, because I couldn't quite see. I'll be completely honest with you there. So 2 to go. I do appreciate that. We'll see if Heber can hang on for 2 more laps here.
Also, you were talking about the flagman suit earlier. For me, it's the moves. I've never seen a more passionate flagman at any track in my life for all the years I've been watching motorsports.
Oh, yeah, absolutely crushing it. I do like the moves. I mean, if you're in Indianapolis, I guess with the 500 flagman, you got to kind of bring a certain pizzazz to the whole situation. I do understand that, at least.
And right now, battle shaking up a little bit further in the pack. Couldn't get the numbers on the karts in time, but here we are, 2 laps to go. Coming to the white flag for Braden Heber right now. Jared Howerton trying to reel that advantage in. Not quite working in his favor. A little bit further in the back of the pack, we got that 21 kart of Nick Patton going at it with the 2 of Kyler Peoples. Peoples going to get the advantage here, though, coming down the straightaway.
Not only that, that's going to allow Colton Kelly to move into that 5th position, too, in the 38 kart. So a good recognition move. Good job to read that by Colton Kelly, able to move in there. You can see our leaders now dealing with a little bit of lap traffic. That was Zachary Allen they just had to pass there. So that's even going to help Brandon Heber out a little bit more. We'll see if he's able to hang on here to the last couple of corners. Don't give up just yet, though. Jared Howerton has a little bit of a run here and does have the last corner to use. We'll see. Oh, I thought he was going to have a shot.
Really good corner there.
I really thought he was going to have a shot.
Unfortunately, not able to make the momentum to work into the final corner. Braden Heber going to bring home the checkered flag, followed by Jared Howerton and Braden Johnson in 3rd. And as they come to line, 4th place is going to go, I'm pretty sure, to the 2 machine of Kyler Peoples, followed by Colton Kelly. Nick Patton, an unfortunate break for Zachary Allen, bringing it home a lap down in 7th.
Yes, you're correct. It just updated now. So yeah, Patton, Peebles, and Kelly. You can see on your screen now, Allen is how it shaked out from 4th to 7th. You can already see karts getting ready to go here. This looks like our 206 Masters class getting ready. Looks like we got maybe 3 or 4 karts here in this class. So it looks like we'll need a few more seconds there for those drivers to get ready. So don't go anywhere. We'll take a quick break while those drivers get ready. We'll come right back here for our 206 Masters heat number 2. Back here at Whiteland Raceway Park, you see karts back on the racetrack now for our 206 Masters class. Looks like 4 karts here for our grid, so hey, limited cart count really it means that the racing is going to be closer sometimes. You know what I mean? So we'll see what happens here with these 4 drivers. A good tram line, waiting for the green flag, just going along at pace speed right now, trying to make sure a wave to the crowd there. I like that as well. You got to remember the fans out here at Whiteland Raceway Park at any time you're driving. Green flag is in the air. 206 Masters heat number 2. Kevin Simonellic will lead him to the green flag. Matt Geist, Troy Toney, and Melvin Godsey are going to make up the rest of your field, and all competitive drivers here, Sheldon. So I'm kind of interested to see how close of a heat race we'll get here in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, and a star-studded list of names bringing it in here for the 206 Masters. I mean, when I covered earlier this summer, you know, Matt Geist, Troy Toney, Simonellic, all big names in that event. It felt like Matt Geist and Troy Toney were handing the races over back and forth as they ran through the afternoon. But right now, 531 machine, Matt Geist out here in front. Not much of an advantage, though, over that second place card of Melvin Godsey.
Well, and that's what I've always kind of noticed in this class as well, is there's a lot of parity, and even with the grid order we saw there, you know, Simonellic led this race in the pole and now finds himself in 4th position, right? So again, you're going to see a pass here for the lead by Melvin Godsey, going to take that spot away from Matt Geist. So in this class, even with only 4 carts, you do see a lot of back and forth racing, and it's fun to watch. So we'll see as they come here through the bank corner. It's going to be Melvin Godsey with the slightest of advantage over Matt Geist here. Let's see if Godsey can repay the favor. Comes through the first section of the S's. We'll see if they're able to hold off. That's always the tough thing to do right there, and you can kind of see Melvin Godsey did a great job of it. If you're going to make that pass there, it's really, you have to play defense almost immediately and block the pass again. And just as I say it right there, Matt Geist is going to be able to move on the inside of Melvin Godsey and take the spot back.
And starting to stretch those legs out a little bit, getting himself a little bit of an advantage over second place Melvin Godsey. I mean, I know, for one, from keeping up with the page and stuff during the week, Matt Geist is somebody that gets talked about. He gets a lot of recognition over here through Kart Chaser. Saw him nab a win last week. And out here looking like he's trying to do pretty much the same, but it's going to be really difficult for him because you see a lot of, you know, big names out here. Not many names, but some pretty talented drivers behind those helmets this afternoon. You see second place Melvin Godsey starting to reel in that gap a little bit as they work themselves through the technical sections of the track, down into that final hairpin. Leading down that back straightaway up there towards that kink that leads us right back to the front stretch.
Well, and Troy Toney, keep in mind, has been right there the entire time, too. So side-by-side racing between Geist and Godsey for even a little bit of time. We've seen already this evening how those positions have gone first to third, second to fourth. There's been big swings whenever anybody tries to make a move here. So Troy Toney also finds himself in a really good spot. I think potentially mechanical problems for the 212 of Simonellic, because usually they're kind of up here closer to the pace of the rest of these carts right there, and then even from the drop of the green flag kind of drop like a stone right now. So maybe something going on there on the 212 cart. But back at the front of the field here, Matt Geist trying to do all he can to just hold off Melvin Godsey right now, and you kind of see Godsey's in a little bit of an awkward position because they're trying to pass Matt Geist, but at the same time Troy Toney is right there, and it seems like every time that Godsey goes for a move and loses a little bit of momentum, now all of a sudden you got to worry about playing defense on Troy Toney.
Troy Toney, very aggressive driver too. Not somebody you necessarily want to have all over your rear bumper. A lot of respect between these guys, but when it comes down to money time, it's every man for themselves. You see Troy Toney following right there in the wake of second place Melvin Godsey. Godsey all over the rear bumper of Matt Geist as we come into the more technical section of this track, into that first sharp right-hander. But Matt Geist doing what he's known to do, sitting up there with all the pressure in the world under him and not breaking a sweat. No mistakes out of that 531 cart so far.
I do want to point out as well, we'll see when they come across the stripe this time, but nearly identical lap times for these top three carts last time by. We'll see as it updates here. You can see on your screen just the visual gap between them is not that big. And right now, actually, believe it or not, Fastest car to the racetrack is your third position, Troy Toney, right now. It's not by much, but it is significant with the amount of time that's left. If Troy Toney can find a way here to maybe make a move on Melvin Godsey, I do believe he has the pace at least to make a challenge for the win of this race. Really, all three of these drivers do. So this is going to be great coming down to the two sticks this time by for Matt Geist. We'll see if they can hang on this technical section here of S turns as they come back to the start-finish line with one more lap to go, Sheldon.
Yeah, you see Troy Toney's trying to dive that thing down, make a little bit more momentum up off the corner here. Not going to be able to get to the back bumper of the 83 of Melvin Godsey as they work themselves down into these straightaways. Now just tuck up into the draft, try to be there coming into the corner, try to get that slipstream to work for you so you can really dive it down in there and kind of slide out in front of them. Working through another set of S's here. Everything from Matt Geist right now, up in front, in control still. But these guys are not going to make it easy for them.
No, not at all. And we've seen it's just been 1, 2, 3 here. Literally, like, you could just switch any of them, and it's the same exact driver, essentially, right now. Again, that last time by, everybody ran pretty much identical lap times. So it's going to come down, I believe, to this final lap. Nobody able to make a move on the penultimate lap. It'll have to come down to this. Matt Geist right now holds on to the slightest of advantages over Melvin Godsey. Troy Toney finds himself in the third position. Looks like a little bit of hand signals possibly there between second and third. Looks like Troy Toney was pushing Melvin Godsey there, or just telling him to go and I'll push you. But we'll see what happens and what develops here in the last lap coming down to the downhill hairpin here. This will set these drivers up for this bank corner. We'll see if anybody kind of pops out of line here. This is kind of where I'm expecting to see it, Sheldon. If it happens, it's going to be right here, or I think it's going to be right before the final lap. You can see the move to the inside there by Godsey.
There it is, a little bit of contact.
The slightest of bumps.
Little push to the bumper of Matt Geist. Matt Geist going to try and hit him back. These guys leaning all over each other. And look at Troy Toney out here trying to find some kind of way to make something out of it. They're still touching as they come down to the final hairpin. Matt Geist doing everything he can to get Melvin Godsey doing everything he can to get the power out of it, and he's going to come across to take that checkered flag. Melvin Godsey is going to bring home the Masters Heat number 2, followed by Matt Geist, Troy Toney, and Kevin Semenelic. What a finish.
Yeah, I was kind of curious to see how that would progress through the S's there. You kind of saw Melvin Godsey set it up coming into the turn right out of that long bank corner, and that's where we've seen a lot of the moves so far. Sheldon is out of that corner right there and was able to make it stick. And really, Troy Toney there, I thought was able to be able to take advantage of that, finds himself finishing in third. So I'm really excited to see that final race when it comes up later this evening. Something else I'm really excited to see here too is coming up next. We have our Blue Shock EV class. I've never seen that, so I'm really excited to see what these are. I would guess by EV it means an electric cart, right? I'm not entirely sure. I'm excited. If you have anything, Sheldon, let me know. If you know better than I do.
I have Google.
This
is my first time seeing this too, and I'm excited to see what we got here.
It sounds cool, right? Blue Shock EV.
Blue Shock. That is so neat. And yes, it is electric go-karts. So a little bit of
cool.
Technological progression here moving forward. I bet these things are probably really fun to drive because, I mean, you think electric, you think torque, right?
I would assume so, right? And as a kart too, it's got to be, no pun intended, but it's got to be very zippy. And just from my own personal experience, I haven't seen this class race here or anywhere actually yet. So I'm pretty excited to see this. We're still trying to get things going here from Whiteland Raceway Park. While we got a little bit of downtime, I just wanted to give a shout out to everybody helping this presentation run at Whiteland Raceway Park. Got a lot of good people out here volunteering their time and effort to make sure things go smoothly. Also want to thank everybody on our technical side here at Kart Chaser. I know Elliot's doing a great job running the board on site there, trying to get all the sights and sounds for you at home. Again, I want to apologize for the technical difficulties we had in the first heats. Just was having some issues trying to get the audio interfacing with the stream here, but we got it all fixed now. We got race carts back out on the racetrack here. The Blue Shock EV class is what we're about to watch here. So we'll see. They even all kind of, man, those things are cool. This is going to be fun. I'm really excited to watch this here. We got a good kart class. Getting the red flag here, so I don't know if we're going to do a standing start or if we're just kind of getting everything set up here and then we'll go again from the rolling start. But potentially a standing start too, so that would be interesting as well.
I think they were just too disjointed as they came up to the tram lines, trying to get everybody bunched up here and in their positions where they belong. And yeah, you're right. These are some cool-looking carts. I just took a quick browse on the internet to see what these things look like up close, and it's pretty neat, man. Motorsports is evolving. Oh, it is a standing start. Green flag is in the air.
Oh my goodness!
Look at the launch, man. That's insane.
That's awesome. We will try to be adults here and let our professionalism shine through. But look at this so far. Just all the speed out of these karts. That was quite the launch there a little bit. One kart going wide there in the back of your pack, but so far so good. Everybody coming through the field so far. And look at the speed here coming down the back straightaway, and look at the closing rates. This is fun to watch, Sheldon.
This is definitely something new, and excited to be up here to witness it for the first time myself. As you see the 3 kart of George Schwitter's up there with the lead right now, with Hernandez in second place. I do believe that's still Hernandez in second place. It's hard to tell until the scoring loops back for us. Pretty cool camera angle right there. And yes, George Schwitter's leading, Hernandez second place. Gitman is, we got a kart around over here into the grass. I could not get the number.
I think it was a 13. I think it was Wade Sewell, but I'm just guessing. I looked like 19 or 13 to me, and there's no 19. Well, there is 19, but they're towards the front of the pack, so I don't know. It might have been Guillermo Hernandez as well. Again, it's kind of hard for us to tell 100% until, like Sheldon said, the timing and scoring comes around. But again, some side-by-side racing here, it looks like, for a second position. It's going to be Ron Gitman there, moving somebody out of the way for second position.
I can't tell because I'm not 100% if Hernandez is still going straight. Nope, Hernandez is still going straight, so that was Hernandez that got moved out of second place by Gitman. Jetty Jones back there in fourth place in that 75 kart with Achilles Sapir. Oh, my Lord. My Virginia's coming out of me, sorry. Sapirko moving himself up to fourth place position. And we got a battle shaking up for the lead right now, though, down to the inside. Gitman trying to get past that 3 kart. Man, this is just such a competitive-looking class. This is amazing.
It was about 2 or 3 wide there for, like, one position for about 3 corners. And look at
big
this.
Slide. Oh, can he save it? No, I think it went around. We do have a kart around. I want to say that's a 75 of Jetty Jones. Rough break there.
And something I've noticed with these karts, Sheldon, is when they go into those corners, especially like way down deep into the corner there, those rear tires are lifting up. One of the rear tires is lifting up. So really a lot of power in these karts and a lot of braking as well, as we see one of their kart go around there. Something I've kind of noticed with these karts here, though, too, with the electric motors, I guess, it's easier to get them going after they stop, as we see another move here for second and third position. This is a battle between George Schwitter's and Achilles Sapiro. And right now, this is crazy. This is hard to keep up with from the broadcast booth because there's just so many changes of position right now, and a lot of karts out on the racetrack.
It's like watching Rocket League, man, trying to keep up with that because there's just so much chaos, so many huge runs. You know, normally by now we've pretty much figured out who's going to win the thing, but I tell you what, I couldn't even begin to tell you. It's a huge battle between first and second with Ronan Gitman and George Schwitter's. I think Schwitter's is the one in the lead at the moment, but these two have been flip-flopping at just about every corner. And third place, Sapirko working himself up into the picture, too, with Chad Stoughton right behind him.
Well, with 1 minute and 20 seconds left right now, at least on the timing screen, you can follow along in your tower right now. Right on Gitman, Schweiders, Sapirko, Chad Stoughton, Kelly Rains, Yamori Richardson, Gamero Hernandez, Jetty Jones, Kyler Carnes, Ian Swill, and Wade Swill. is what we're showing right now. But yeah, it's just been back and forth so far right now. This entire heat race, keep in mind this is only the heat race as well. Some big movers so far. Chad Stoughton moving from the 11th spot all the way up into the 7th position now. So really big, good moving for him. We'll see if anybody else can move positions here. A swap of the 2nd and 3rd positions right now. Achilles Sapirko able to take that position away from George Schweiders. But right now it looks like everybody else so far holding pat, and Ronan Gitman trying to hold on here for 30 seconds and 2 laps.
Looks like we got ourselves another battle shaking up here. It's just so hard to keep up with how fast these karts are going. This is crazy.
I believe that's Kelly Rains, one of the karts there. So I think this is the battle for about 5th and 6th position right now. Although Caitlin Rains now moves up to the 4th position. So that might have been for 5th and 4th. I believe that was a pass that we just saw on George Schweiders. So right now, Gitman still hanging on to the lead as of right now. Sapirko is challenging, 2 seconds behind right now. You do see the gap on your racetrack. Did run the fastest lap the last time by, so that's something to keep in mind too as we run into the final couple of laps here in our Blue Shock Heat Race number 2. So just keep that in mind as we are going here. Go ahead, Sheldon.
I can't remember. We were running like what? In like the 51 bracket and stuff with lap times last race? Like it was in the 50s, right? I'm not losing my mind, am I?
I believe so. I can actually go back and check for you right here. So let me do that for you.
Yeah, these guys are sitting here running 46-second lap times. A 46.533, the fastest lap of the race right now, by second place Achilles Sapirko. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a fair comparison, but just comparing that to the 206 Masters, the fastest lap time there was a 51.9. So yes, definitely much more efficient lap times here for this Blue Shock EV class. I will say this: it's been fun to watch.
Just look at that. You can see it right there through the S's, like that huge run that you just saw form out by Stout in the 88 on Achilles. And checkered flag, it's going to go to Ronan Gitman for heat number 2 for the Blue Shock EV series, followed by Achilles Sapirko. Caitlin Rains, Chad Stoughton, George Schwitter's going to round your top 5. Jetty Jones going to bring it home in 6th, followed by Kyler Carnes, Yamari Richardson, Guillermo Hernandez, and Ian Sewell going to bring out the field.
Great name, too. I'm glad that somebody else out there has the name of Ian. That's a great name. Love seeing that name out there. And that was something else. That was hectic. I will say, to say the least. Next, we're going to have our mini class coming up in about 2 minutes here. So just to recap really quick, Gitman was your winner in the Blue Shock EV class, and the fastest lap time there was a 46.5. So nearly 6 seconds faster, maybe even more than 6 seconds faster than some of the lap times that we were seeing earlier in the day. So that was definitely a class to watch out for. In about 2 minutes here, we'll be back on Kart Chaser, and we will have our heat race number 2 for our mini class this evening from Whiteland Raceway Park. Karts back on the racetrack here at the Whiteland Raceway Park for our mini class heat number 2. We'll see everybody get lined up here, get back in the tram lines, and we'll get going here for this second heat race of this evening. For this class, the mini class, always fun to watch as well. Really, all these classes are fun to watch. I really shouldn't say that. I mean, none of these classes are boring by any stretch of the imagination, but certain ones you definitely like paying attention to a little bit more. I always like paying attention to the mini class. It's fun. You've usually got a good field size out there, which you see that we do today. And also some drivers on their way up, making some moves. So it's always fun to see here. We'll see if they can get a good, clean launch in the tram line. It looks like they will. And you mentioned it in the last race. We were kind of surprised by Simon Ellick there and the lack of speed in the first heat race. I do believe it might have been a technical issue because you can see the drivers in this class already. Simon Ellick, O'Gara, Lapin, Hudson Andrews, Austin Taylor, Will Feitinger, and Kaysen Hendrickson. All some quick drivers we've already seen so far this evening. So we'll see if Simon Ellick can kind of reverse the fortunes from the earlier performance there. But already you mentioned it.
Huge shove to the back bumper of Danny O'Gara. Danny O'Gara gets washed up out of line a little bit. I think it was Simon Ellick that gave him the shove there. I'll tell you what, man, this track, you know, older track, really abrasive surface from what I can tell up here in the booth. Once these guys get knocked out of line, it's like they're just running over the rumble strips out there because it is so bumpy from the looks of it.
Yeah, and you can kind of see, too, as they go through the racetrack right here, even some spots where there's not two karts together, you're even seeing huge bumps. So, yeah, you kind of mentioned it there.
And it's Austin Taylor, actually, that put that little bit of contact on the 67 machine. He's your race leader as it sits with a 42.8 for his opening lap here. O'Gara ran a 53.3. Just 0.3 of a second advantage between these two. O'Gara is really starting to reel him back in, though. O'Gara in line trying to get that slipstream as we work ourselves through the faster sections of the track into that quick right-hander. Work through the technical section now. O'Gara now just within spitting distance of that 24 machine and Austin Taylor, but Austin Taylor holding on strong. That advantage not closing much between him and the 67 as we work into that sharp right-hander. O'Gara down to the inside with a huge move. Going to get the lead away from that 24 of Austin Taylor.
Yeah, and you kind of saw that coming last time by Danny O'Gara, ran the fastest lap time. So you kind of were thinking it's only a matter of time, able to quickly dispatch Austin Taylor there, and then look at the gap, already about 8 kart lengths that he opens up there on Austin Taylor in second position. Third place still looks like it's going to be Will Feitinger and Jordan Lapin fighting for that third and fourth spot. Lilat Simon Ellick falls all the way back to fifth now after starting on the pole. Hudson Andrews, Kaysen Hendrickson's going to round out the rest of your class here with 2 minutes and 15 seconds back. But you kind of mentioned it, like Danny O'Gara just kind of putting on the clinic and then making the pass look easy.
Yeah, keep your ears open as we move forward through the years. Danny O'Gara, that is a name that you're going to hear a lot more, I'm sure of it. So much talent behind the wheel of these karts. Out here with a good advantage already over second place. Austin Taylor, it was 0.6 at the line last time. I feel like it's probably going to be a little bit more as we come through here to take this next lap.
I will say, just from the eyeball test, it looks like the gap hasn't opened up too much. It looks like 0.6 of a second now, so a little bit of a gap there. But it's again, they ran almost identical lap times. I think it's going to come down to Danny O'Gara and Austin Taylor for the rest of this heat race. I don't think that's necessarily the question. It's just, when are we going to see the move? Is it going to be early? Is it going to be late? He's still got a little bit of time to catch right now. But it is that they're running almost identical lap times right now.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to close that gap on that 67, though, Danny O'Gara, because both these drivers out here absolutely running everything that they can as perfect as possible. You know, this is probably the max that you're going to see of pace coming out of these karts here. You see O'Gara getting a little bit of a better run down the straightaway, going to open up just a couple extra feet. Really looked like he had a pull through there.
It did look like it for just a second, but then every time you look down at the timing screen, that gap just kind of stays still. And for Austin Taylor, that's not going to really play into his advantage because these laps are going to continue to tick off, and you need to have at least somewhat of a gap there. I mean, yeah, staying close to Daniel Gare, you're running the same pace. That's great and all, but if you want to catch him, you need to be a little bit faster. And unfortunately for Austin Taylor, that's just not the case right now.
I think he did it a little bit there, that opening right-hand corner did not look like the best set of corners for Daniel Garrett. Got a little bit wide. You saw the back of the cart really hopping around there in the air. But somehow he is able to make that work, pulls it up to an 0.8 of a second advantage over Austin Taylor now.
I know what you're saying, though, Sheldon. It looks like from the eye test, it looks like the gap is getting smaller each time. It really does. I can see what you're looking at as well. But then we look back at the timing and scoring, and it just opens up by 0.2 of a second. So for Austin Taylor, that's got to be kind of it has to be a little bit bittersweet, right? Because you're running in second spot. You're running very fast. You're probably one of the fastest karts out on the racetrack all night long. But then you look ahead of you, and that guy in the 67 kart, Danny O'Gara, is just the slightest bit faster right now. We'll see what happens when we come back through the stripe this time, but just doesn't have the little bit of extra pace he needs right now to run down Danny O'Gara, it seems like.
And you see it. He's in there. Doing everything he possibly can to get that 5 to 10% extra out of that cart. You see that getting there, moving around, using all the tools of the trade.
I will say something I noticed, Sheldon, about Danny O'Gara that is a little bit different from other drivers that you see is that sometimes in these heat races, and especially in the final races, you'll see as the race progresses, karts will start to fall off a little bit. I'm not entirely sure if it is a performance thing or if it's a mental thing or if it's a combination of both. But something I will say is that you don't really see that happen with Danny O'Gara. You don't see the fall off in the latter half of the races that you see sometimes with these other drivers. And again, is going to put down another lap time that's going to make that gap just a little bit bigger over Austin Taylor. Looks like Austin Taylor will be able to hold on to second spot without any problems as we come into the white flag lap. But really, Danny O'Gara just showing again why he is the class of this class, Sheldon.
Yeah, absolutely. Austin Taylor did everything he could to try and keep up with him, but the last lap, it's the white flag lap. You see O'Gara working himself around the speedway here. And unless he makes a huge mistake, I don't see any way that second place is able to get up to him. Danny O'Gara giving us a performance that we are so used to seeing out of him here. We'll bring it down this final straightaway here. Through the tram lines, back to the start-finish line. Danny O'Gara is your winner of Heat 2, followed by Austin Taylor in second. Will Flettinger is going to bring it home in third, with Jordan Lapin, Liat Semenelik, Hudson Andrews, and Kason Henriksen rounding out your field.
Yeah, just making it look too easy if you're Danny O'Gara out there. He's looking back and seeing that 2-second gap, and he's really going, wow, really, I did all of that probably. So we'll see if Danny O'Gara can continue his dominance into our final races this evening, and that was your second heat for your mini Swift class right now. Next, in just a couple of minutes, we're going to go on to our KA Junior class, so we'll see if they're ready to go right now, or if we're going to take a few more minutes here. Right now on your screen, just a beautiful sunset, though, here in Indianapolis at the Whiteland Raceway Park this evening. That does look very pretty, Sheldon.
Absolutely gorgeous. Such a great angle, too, with the banking and the trees. It's almost, that's almost desktop wallpaper.
It really is. There. That's really nice. So we'll take a step away here from Whiteland Raceway Park for just a second. When we come back, we'll have your KA Junior Heat number 2 on Kart Chaser. Back here at Whiteland Raceway Park on Kart Chaser, Ian Fisher, Sheldon Atkins with you in the booth. Kart's back out on the racetrack right now for our KA Junior Heat number 2 this evening. Through the tram line here, trying to just stay at that tram speed. Green flag will be in the air here for our heat race number 2 from Whiteland Raceway Park. Mason Galen, Lucian Laser, Evan Patton, and Ryan Mort, your 4 drivers in this heat for your KA Junior Heat number 2. So far, so good. Pretty inconspicuous start here, Sheldon. Everybody's kind of filing in right now. I don't think we'll see really the gloves come off until later in this race with the kart count that we have.
Yeah, but I'm going to be keeping my eyes on that 8 machine Lucian Laser. We saw how fast he was earlier. Expecting to see the same thing transpire here.
I agree with you, actually. Lucian Laser is always a driver to watch. I will say, though, Mason Galen in that 64 kart is no slouch either, and I believe he will hang on to the lead as we come back to the start-finish line this time. But Lucian Laser, we just mentioned it, dropped 2 spaces, now in 4th position. You see a little bit of contact there between Ryan Mort and Evan Patton. Doesn't look like anybody's going to be any worse for wear there, but that is the closest battle on your racetrack right now for 2nd and 3rd. You can see your 1st and 4th place drivers there kind of bracketing our field right now.
Well, you talk about, none of the drivers out here being a slouch. None of the drivers in any of the divisions really that I think would be a slouch. There's something about Indiana. This place produces some of the most talented race car drivers who ever pick up a steering wheel. And, I mean, we've seen however many generations of drivers come out of this area onto hugely successful careers, legendary careers at that. Right now, Mason Galen holding it strong up there at the front with a sizable advantage over 2nd place. Ryan Mort. Evan Patton in 3rd, and Lucian Laser back to 4th. I think he's just riding around back there trying to find that perfect point to pounce.
Well, in all things considered, too, when you have 4 karts on the track, the grid positions really aren't that important. And we've seen already so far, even with small size fields, that as we see a pass for the lead right now here, I think that was Ryan Mort. Yeah, that was a pass for the lead. I'm sorry, that was Ryan Mort actually taking the lead away there from Mason Galen. That was a great move. I will say, I don't know if you've seen, you have seen kart racing here before, Sheldon. Some of these passes look like they're much easier today than they have been in the past. We've seen before where there's been a pass made and immediately they're going to have to play defense. We've seen a lot more today of drivers like we saw with Ryan Mort there as they took the lead away from Mason Galen, able to make the pass and then continue to make some moves on the rest of the pack, or continue to at least make some time on the rest of the pack.
Well, I do believe that a part of that comes down to weather. I mean, what I'm seeing, it is balmy 60 degrees right there in Whiteland, Indiana at the moment. So a lot of extra grip in the track, making it a little bit easier for these karts to stick and make some of these bonsai moves that we've been witnessing tonight. And as that sun goes down, it's just going to get colder, and I think the racing's going to get better.
Yeah, it's something I'm really excited to see, too, because I personally haven't watched any races here at the Whiteland Raceway Park that would be getting close to nighttime. You can kind of see right now the shadows starting to get a little bit longer. Still a lot of daylight out there. I don't think that we're going to see any of our heat races, at least, under the lights. But when we get into our final races, for sure, I'm sure we'll start to see maybe some of the lights kick on here, or at least some of the shadows start to get very long here around the Whiteland Raceway Park. Again, this is a view of your top 3 right now: Ryan Mort, Mason Galen, and Evan Patton. Just kind of right now, I think you mentioned it, Sheldon, just kind of biding your time. Really, at this point, there's not anything to be said for forcing a pass right now, I think, because then you're just going to have to play defense, right? So just sit here, try to take your slipstream, and then find a good spot to make a move.
And you typically want to make that move as late into the lap as you possibly can to be able to get away with it. You don't want to give that guy that you just passed the opportunity to get back to you, to get by you. So, Galen's absolutely sitting there strategizing, thinking of everything he can right now. And unfortunately, man, I said look out for Lucian Laser. It looks like I've hit him with the commentator curse. Unfortunately, he's back in 4th place, and he is now 3 seconds back from the pack. So doesn't look like he's going to have it tonight for the heat race, but, I mean, with the small field, you can expect to see him strong in the final. Right now, a battle shaking up. Evan Patton getting past that 64 machine of Mason Galen for 2nd place. So they work themselves down the straightaway. You see a little bit of a duck down behind the steering wheel, trying to build up some of them RPMs a little bit. Evan Patton with the advantage right now for second place. Is he going to be able to close in on that second long gap that Ryan Mort has put on the field?
I will say those two battling there for just a little bit of time did give Ryan Mort the advantage. Now, I think they're still going to have at least, they're going to be definitely 2 laps when they come by this time. I don't know if they got the 2 sticks before when they came the previous time, so we'll find that out for sure when they came across the line. If there is 2 laps, though, I do think there is a little bit of time for Evan Patton to make a little bit of time up here on Ryan Mort. I don't know if he'll have enough time to pass him, but it at least will be interesting going into these final couple of laps. And as I say that, look at that. Galen trying to make a move to the inside. Thinks better of it for right now. We'll just slide in behind Patton and kind of keep the momentum going. Right now, Ryan Mort is the fastest kart on your racetrack. 2 laps to go. So if these 2 drivers you see on your screen right now are going to make it happen, I think you got to get going right now. Might be a little bit too much time, though, unless Ryan Mort makes some kind of mistake.
And Ryan Mort with no help at all, running nearly 0.6 of a second faster than second place with a 45.6 to a 46.1. Ryan Mort now pulling away to a 1.5 second advantage over second place Evan Patton. And third place Mason Galen, who is right on the back bumper of the 61 machine of Evan Patton.
Yeah, and Patton really hasn't able to get away from Galen. Like you said, Galen even made a move to the inside that last lap in that same spot that you just saw. Wasn't able to get there this time. But I think this is just going to continue to play into the hands of Ryan Mort. As you see there, again, fastest car on the racetrack. That last lap wasn't his fastest lap, but very close to it. And you can kind of see Evan Patton, Mason Galen right now. It will be a battle, I think, that we're going to watch for the rest of this race. But I think it's going to be between these 2 for second and third. I don't think anybody's going to be able to catch Ryan Mort right now.
Everybody in the field, so much talent in this division, but somebody brought a rocket, and that rocket tonight is going to be Ryan Mort with a huge advantage over the rest of these guys right now, over the 2 second mark now. And Evan Patton and Mason Galen are just fighting for the scraps right now, trying to figure out who's going to bring it home second place for this heat. Checkered flag in the air. Ryan Mort going to run away with it here in what looked like it was going to be a close battle for the win, but 2.5 second advantage over second place Evan Patton, followed by Mason Galen in third, and fourth place going to go to Lucian Laser.
Yeah, you mentioned it. That kind of did not go the way any of us were anticipating. You and I both thought that Lucian Laser was going to be the kart to watch, definitely in this heat race, but we saw that there. He kind of fell off really early, and Ryan Mort able to come away with the win. So that will do it here for our KA Junior Heat number 2. That'll set the field for our feature race. Again, Ryan Mort, Evan Patton, Mason Galen, Lucian Laser, how they finish in that heat race. So just a couple of minutes here. We'll be back for our 206 medium heat number 2 from Whiteland Raceway Park. Back here at Whiteland Raceway Park, karts are back on the racetrack. This is your 206 senior medium heat number 2. Only this heat race and one more left for your heat races here from Whiteland Raceway Park for our 2024 Sunset Sprints. Really been enjoying the format here, and also not only the format, but just the little bit of different view that we have. A kind of golden hour here at Whiteland Raceway Park as these karts form up in the tram line. Just some really beautiful sight lines here we have from the racetrack, and just a beautiful day for kart racing. We mentioned earlier 60 degrees, not really any clouds in the sky, green flag out in the air. Braden Johnson on the point will lead them in there. A little bit of argy-bargy, some jostling for positions here. Looks like Braden Johnson's going to lose the lead. I don't know who's inherited it so far, but look at this, Sheldon, all the way through the pack, just barging for position right now. Nobody's really got a spot edged out.
Great racing, a bunch of side-by-side action working throughout the field. A little bit of a battle shaking up here in the middle of the pack. Really hard to see who exactly it is with the door number, with the kart number scenario. But right now, up in charge of this thing still, Braden Johnson, that 141 machine. He was so good earlier in his previous heat. Looks like it's going to be the same thing. Braden Mayfield working himself up into the second place position, though, right now, directly behind him. He is somehow overtaking the 73. 73 kind of falling back a little bit. 73 would be Nicholas Knotzman. Sorry, that is Jared Howerton in second place in the 78.
Well, no, I was confused as well. I kind of mentioned I thought that Braden Johnson was the kart that got kind of pushed out of position in the lead there. I thought he lost the lead lap 1, so a really good job by him in the 141 kart to kind of hang on to that spot initially there. That lap 1 chaos, you mentioned it, Jarrett Howerton will find his way in the third. Just to set the field for you, Mark Steele right now is in third, Braden Mayfield fourth, Nicholas Coastman, you mentioned, it falls all the way back to fifth, Peyton Klein in sixth, Aaron Maxwell in seventh, and then Braden Heber surprisingly back in the 8th position right now. So we're not used to seeing Heber so back in the pack as well, but this is a look back to the front of the pack. This is a battle for first and second. Braden Johnson, Jared Howerton. This is not a surprise to see these two drivers battling it at the front of the pack right now.
Yeah, maybe Heber just wants to have a little bit of excitement in the main. Sitting all the way back there. Pass a couple karts.
Yeah,
right
he did
now,
pass one kart there, so.
Right now, Braden Johnson in control of this thing with the rear bumper completely filled up by that 78 machine, and Jared Howerton almost pushing him through the corners here. Tell you what, you were talking about how unique it is seeing this race at sunset, golden hour. Really exciting. Just all these wonderful views that we're getting of the karts, but also an extra layer of difficulty added in for these drivers because that sun glare, we see how bad it is here on the camera. I can't imagine what it's like inside of the helmet as they work themselves through some of these technical corners.
That is a really good point. We're used to seeing the sun directly over the track, usually. So that is a very good point, Sheldon, that you bring up right there. I didn't even think about the glare.
Yeah, with iRacing being at Homestead this week, that's all I've been able to think about. Getting headaches going into turn 1.
Just the sun right in your eyes.
Braden Johnson, I really should lower my screen brightness, but that's a different story for another day. Braden Johnson still in control right now, though, with Jared Howerton still just about knocking the back bumper cover off of that 141 kart as they work themselves past the start-finish line here. Not too much changing throughout the field at the moment. Third place, Mark Steele, really working himself up into the picture, though. He's going to be there within the next handful of corners.
Yeah, you kind of mentioned earlier that Howerton and Johnson were kind of bumping each other. I wonder if they see Mark Steele behind him and they realize that this is also a challenge for anybody's win of the race right now because 3 karts have kind of broken away from the rest of the pack. You mentioned it, Johnson, Howerton, and Steele, the top 3 you see on your screen right now.
Oh, over the curbs. Jared Howerton, really rough corner there, and that's going to open the door for Mark Steele in the 34. He's going to get right down to the bottom. He's going to try and battle for the lead now.
It's like every time I try to set the narrative up of the battle, right? They like jump my gun and they battle like before I'm done setting it up, which is absolutely fine. I'm not complaining at all. It's very exciting, but I'm trying to set up the pass, and then the pass happens before I'm ready for it. But you mentioned it. Braden Johnson doing a great job right there, hanging on to the lead while this battle behind him between Steele and Howerton is going on. You mentioned it. Howerton kind of jumped the curb there and has settled himself back into position right now. But one mistake, Sheldon, will usually be the difference in these races. And now you can see that Steele's all the way up to the back bumper of Johnson there, trying to push him into the corner, now getting him and Johnson away from Howerton.
Yeah, and it's such an easy mistake to make, too, when you're going through a section like that. You know, you're trying to figure out a way to set up the guy in front of you, trying to get under him to make a pass. As you see him do the same thing right here to try to get by that 34 machine, but Steele's going to get the bottom here on that final corner. You know, you get down there and you think, okay, well, how am I going to set this corner up better? Well, I got to figure out how to get under him and try to, you know, back it up so I can get the drive off. And sometimes when you do that, you put a little too much wheel into it by accident, just on impulse, based on how you've done it, you know, however many laps before. And you grab a little bit of the curbing or, you know, the apron or whatever's under you, grass, and it jars you. It takes about, you know, a 16th of a second for you to realize, oh, man, I messed up. Then you got to figure out how to come out of it and not loop it at the same time. As you see right now, battle for the lead.
While we were talking, too, look who has managed to work themselves into this battle. Look who's sitting there in fourth.
Oh, it wouldn't happen to be Braden Heber in that number 8 machine now, would it?
We were talking about he was all the way back in 8th position, and now with 2 laps to go, he has worked himself into this battle for the lead. This is now a 4-kart battle for the lead, I will say, and look at the run that Heber got that last time. He's got some work cut out for him, but I think he still has a chance here with 1 lap to go.
Oh, he is absolutely in the mix and in the picture here. He just needs these guys in front of him to start racing so that he can really shotgun his way past them to get this lead. Going to be difficult, though, coming past 4 karts in 1 lap. I don't see it happening, but I can see him at least getting himself up here into this podium.
Well, as they come into this final corner here, Mark Steele trying to hang on to lead. Braden Howerton in second. We'll see, does anybody make a move? Not through this set of corners here. They're going to come back through the S's right now. Steele still able to hang on to the lead by the slightest of margins. Johnson able to hang on from Howerton right now. Braden Heber trying to find some way past both of these drivers. They'll fan out here through the final corner, and it looks like right now there's going to be 1 pass. Looks like Howerton is going to be able to get it done and make himself into the 2nd position. We'll see if anything else changes. That was intense going into the last couple of corners there, right there. Mark Steele able to hang on for the win. Howerton able to make that move into 2nd. Johnson 3rd. Brandon Heber almost able to wake his way all the way from 8th position. I know he finished 4th, but he was up there with a chance to get himself into the win or even the top 3 there, Sheldon. So that was was an impressive drive.
He was way behind the field there, managing to get himself wound up into the middle of the pack here. I mean, part of me wonders if he was experimenting, you know. Not sure how many times these guys have run these colder temps as you see that beautiful Indiana sunset over there in the distance behind the trees. Probably trying to see how hard he can push it and how much saving might benefit him here as we go into the mains.
Well, one little fun anecdote, because you know how we love anecdotes here at Chaser. Brandon Heber ran the fastest lap on lap 6 with a 50.741. So that's something to keep in mind as we go into our final races. We'll take a quick break here. In a few minutes, we'll come back. Our final heat race of the evening. It's going to be our KA senior class. And then we're going to take a quick break. After that, we'll go into our final races. So just hang on tight. Couple minutes here, 1 more heat race, and then we'll be getting into the finals here on Kart Chaser. karts back on the racetrack for one final time, at least for the heat races. Sheldon, not for the final time this evening. We still got our final races coming to you on Kart Chaser starting at 7 p.m. But the last of our heat races here, the KA Senior Heat number 2, green flag in the air. Henry Wheeler will lead him to the line. Matt Dean, Macy Galen, Kevin Simonellic, Raider Santos, Braden Rudder, and Nick Denny, the karts that will make up this second heat race. So far, so good through the first couple of corners. Not really any jostling. All these drivers right now, at least Sheldon, looks like just trying to find a spot to settle in.
Yeah, this was a series that we saw a little bit ago in the first heats where a lot of guys really had issues as we got into the closing laps of it with their karts just falling off pace-wise really bad. Wonder if we're going to see the same thing now or if everybody's kind of got the bugs figured out in their setup. But so far, so good. Huge advantage right now, though. And then first 2 cars on the field, Matt Dean with a second gap over Henry Wheeler, and they are 2.5 seconds ahead of Nick Denny in third.
Well, and you kind of took the words right out of my mouth, Sheldon. I was going to mention that as well. We saw that Matt Dean was able to get out to that early lead in our first heat race. But by the time it got to the end of the lap, the last lap, it looked like the positions had changed about 4 or 5 times to the lead here. So now as we go into our double screen action, you'll be able to watch 2 battles out here on the racetrack. You can kind of see this battle, this 4-kart battle here right now from about 3rd back on until 5th position. And then in your bottom screen right now, that's 2 karts going side by side. I think you're just seeing 2 angles of the same battle right now to give you some context of what you're watching on your screen right now. Matt Dean, Henry Wheeler, and Nick Denny still your top 3 in this race, Sheldon.
And look who's coming back strong after having a mechanical issue in the last race. Braden Rudder working himself up to the 4th position, up 2 spots, 2 for 1 special that lap. Really starting to get himself slotted back into this thing, hoping to see him get, that pace that he needs to really get up there and make a stab at it for the finals. Unsure what happened to that machine earlier, but right now, Matt Dean walking away with it with the fastest lap of the race so far, 46.2 over Henry Wheeler's 46.5.
But we'll see, Sheldon. That's the thing that you and I are both watching for. Can he hang on for the entire race? Because, again, we saw the drop-off towards the end of the field. Something I will give a shout-out to the organizers here at Whiteland Raceway Park. This inverted heat format has been very exciting to watch in the second half of heats, and I'm kind of interested to see what dynamic that will play into with the kart fall-off in the second half that we saw earlier, because there's been a lot more jostling for position. You can look at your timing tower if you're following along at home and just see the positions gained and lost on the right side of your screen. So there's been a lot of movement in this field. Matt Dean able to jump out to the early lead. That's who you see in your big screen right now. Still about 2 minutes and 25 seconds left in this race. I will say right now it's his race to lose. You can see this battle going back right now. This is Macy Galen, and Kevin Simonellic. So this is a battle for 6th and 7th, but battles all over this racetrack for position right now. And even if you find yourself towards the rear of this field, positions are still important, Sheldon, because this is going to be where you grid for that future race.
Yeah, this is what matters most. And honestly, I feel like it's been kind of an uncharacteristic night for the Simonellics. Used to seeing them up there run up at the front. Something just a little bit of miss right now as you see Kevin falling back to the back of the pack right now, unfortunately. Hoping to see him pick it up here a little bit as we get later into this event. But Matt Dean right now, the class of the field, a 2.1 second advantage over second place Henry Wheeler. Just running away with it. Had late race pace in the last heat, and it has absolutely transferred in to the final heat.
Kind of an up and down race so far right now for Braden Rudder, though. You just saw him on your screen, lost the spot to Raider Santos there. Gained 2 spots and then lost 1, so a net 1 position gain on the race so far. But you kind of mentioned, was looking strong and then now has started to falling off a little bit. Matt Dean still the classier field right now. Fastest lap on the racetrack was last time by at 45.4. So just 42 seconds left here. Probably 3 more laps for Matt Dean to hang on for this KA senior heat race win in our second heat race. But we'll see. We kind of saw this was about the position we saw earlier where he had that fall off. Now, I will say this time, Sheldon, he's got a lot more of a gap than he did that last time by, but we'll see if he's able to hang on again.
It definitely looks like he has, but a huge slide right there. And that thing just about kicked sideways. I'm not sure whose kart that was, but we're looking at Matt Dean right now, very well in control of the field, and that white and blue number 97 kart. Really cool looking paint scheme on that thing.
I agree.
Reminds me of the old Nationwide car.
Yeah, that's a good point. I was going to say it kind of gives me, what am I trying to say? Like, if you ever played NASCAR 2005 Chase for the Cup and you had the Mr. Clean sponsorship, that's what it looked like to me, actually.
Gosh, you're not wrong.
Yeah. But anyways, paint scheme aside, Matt Dean still leading the way here with 2 laps to go. We'll come in a white flag this time by. Really just been his heat race to lose the entire time. Nobody's really had any challenges for his pace, which is kind of a dichotomy of what we saw earlier with the fall off towards the latter half of the race. A big bounce there,
wide.
though. Yeah,
way wide for who's that? Raider Santos. Going to really hurt. They'd gotten right up to the back bumper. Oh, sorry, I'm way off here. I think that's actually Nick Denny.
So what happened?
Raider Santos. Yeah, got way off track there and hurt. He was right on the back bumper, Nick Denny, and just about lost it. One heck of a job saving that kart though, because that thing should have gone around.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. That was an incredible save there by Raider Santos, just to clarify as the camera goes back to Matt Dean here in the front. I was a little bit confused too. I saw the white and I thought it was Matt Dean for a second, but you kind of mentioned it. A great job there by Raider Santos to hang on to it. That'll probably allow them hang on to the 4th position, but the leader of your race on screen right now, Matt Dean, comes around the final complex of corners back through the tram lines. He's going to take your checkered flag in your KA Senior Heat number 2. Just an excellent drive from him. Henry Wheeler will come across in 2nd position. I don't think there's been any changes. No, Nick Denny, Raider Santos, Braden Rudder, Macy Galen, and Kevin Simon Alec will be the rest of your field as they run here. But really just a dominant run for Matt Dean in that 2nd heat race. Kind of surprising because we mentioned it earlier, Sheldon. We saw the fall off really hard in that KA senior class. Not so much maybe the temperature's coming down.
Well, here's the thing, though. At the line on that last lap, 2nd place Henry Wheeler ran the fastest lap of the race by a 10th on the final lap of 45.3, and he closed that gap down from 2.5 seconds to 1.7 seconds in just 2 laps. So keep your eyes on Henry Wheeler as we go to the finales for the KA Senior Heat Series.
That's a really good point, actually, Sheldon. I didn't even notice that, but you're absolutely correct. Yeah, Henry Wheeler did run the fastest lap of the race there on that final lap, so something to look forward to as we go into our future races. So keep in mind, those are going to start about 7 p.m. Eastern time here on Kart Chaser, so hang around. We'll still be live here. You'll still be able to see some ads from our sponsors running in the meantime, but keep it locked here on Kart Chaser. Sheldon Atkins, Ian Fisher. We will be back at around 7 p.m. Actually, we'll call it 6:55 Eastern time for the first of our final races. We'll kick it off with the 206 Sportsman final here on Kart Chaser TV. And we're back here at Whiteland Raceway Park. Ian Fisher, Sheldon Atkins chopping it up in the Kart Chaser broadcast booth here. Just getting on the track right now for our first final race of the evening. All comes down to this. The 206 Sportsman class out here on the track right now, just getting everybody going. And before we get started here, we do have lights at Whiteland Raceway Park, so we got some under the lights racing here for the rest of the evening for you here. Still a little sliver of sun outside, but probably go away sooner rather than later. Sheldon, what are you looking for? What are you watching for, I guess, here in these feature races?
Right now, I mean, look, we've seen it all day. We've talked about pace falling off as these tires start to get heat in them. I'm looking to see who's going to be charging from the back of this thing, maybe working themselves up in here as they save what they got. But right now, side-by-side action as we shape up. Coming into the first turn.
I think they'll wave it off. Sorry to interrupt you there.
Never mind.
Yeah. I was sorry about that. I noticed that they were broken up there, kind of coming through the tram line, so I kind of figured that was going to happen. But that's okay. It gives us more time for exposition. Really quickly, we'll just take you through the grid order. Remember, this was set in our second heat race earlier this evening. And right now, it looks like there's possibly trying to figure out the transponders. There they go. Lincoln Wiley will lead this race from the pole position. Danny O'Gara in second position, Casey Hendrickson third, Brent Hastings fourth, Violet Simon-Ellick fifth, and then Jordan Lapin sixth will be the grid order. But yeah, you kind of mentioned it earlier, Sheldon. I'm kind of excited to see, well, two things. One, cold, yes, there's going to be more grip, right? But that's a bell curve to an extent, right? So that's going to fall off. I think we might see these karts sliding a little bit. I think they're going to be overall faster, but I'm interested to see if there's any differences in the handling that we'll see going forward, whether it's more grip or less grip, though. I think we're going to see some kind of difference, though, as the sun starts to go down.
Yeah, with the colder track conditions, that means these guys are going to be able to put a lot more load in the tires. More load in the tires means more friction. More friction equals more temperature, and that can really alter different handling characteristics on these karts, especially from what we saw earlier today when the sun was out and the track was a little bit warmer. The track going to keep gradually cooling down as the sun goes lower and lower. And as far as eyes on anything with this race, man, I don't know how you keep your eyes off of Danny O'Gara, as fast as he's been tonight and as bright as that helmet is. But here we go. Green flag is in the air. O'Gara looking like he's going to get to the advantage here for the time being.
And again, in these final races, remember, it's going to be 8 minutes and then 2 laps. So all of our heat races, I should say, are 5 minutes and 2 laps. All of these final races will be 8 minutes and 2 laps. So that extra 3 minutes, it doesn't seem like a lot of time, Sheldon, but it can make a pretty big difference, actually. We've seen some of these karts, as the races progress, they start to fall off a little bit, and you kind of touched on it a little bit earlier. The colder temperatures, it gives you a little bit more grip, right? You're able to get to the tire more. But let me ask you this, and I'm genuinely curious, I don't know. Does that maybe wear your tires out a little bit more, having that extra grip at the same time?
Well, through my personal experience, through all the years of sim and watching races, I've always noticed that it feels like you wear the tires out more in a colder situation because you're able to throw more load at the tires and really burn into them a little bit further than you would if it was a slicker track. Right now, Danny O'Gara off to a decent advantage over second place, Casey Hendrickson. Hendrickson up 1 spot now, up into the second position. Just 0.3 of a second to the scoring loop. Back from your race leader, Danny O'Gara.
And not a lot of changes in position so far throughout your running order, which we kind of start to see that too in the final races as well. There obviously is the urgency of it being the final race, that you can't discount at all. But with the extra 3 minutes, it does allow you to be a little more deliberate with your strategy. It also gives you a little bit more time to catch up to cars if you have a little bit of a gap between you and the kart in front of you. So 2 things to keep in mind, I will say this one thing, Sheldon. It might not be the best comparison for us to look at least being our first feature race here, our first final race. Danny O'Gara, like you mentioned, it is kind of the model of consistency and is one of the best drivers we've seen so far at making his kart consistent throughout the run. So maybe not the driver to deteriorate over the course of the long run, although now that I say that, you kind of see here this battle is starting to shape up a little bit, definitely between second and third here. You know, almost as we say, it kind of looks like they're catching Danny O'Gara right now, but that has been deceiving before this evening on the racetrack.
Yeah, right now, Kaysen Hendrickson, though, with the fastest lap on the board, purple lap, first one of the race, a 51.435 here on lap 3 for that 202 machine. And looks like getting a little bit of help from that 8 car of Jordan Lapin as they work themselves through the bowl down that long straightaway. That's the thing right there. You know, with its track being colder, I feel like being able to get a better run out of these corners, that draft is just going to be even more exponential than what we've seen earlier throughout the day.
I think you're correct too, because I think you know, middle school physics talking right now, but the air being colder makes it denser, so the kart punching a hole through the air makes a little bit more of a difference when the air is colder as well. I'm going to pretend like that makes sense, and that's what's going on right now as we see the lap times tick by. Pretty similar between our top 3 drivers, falls off to 52 seconds once you get into 4th place there with Lincoln Wiley, but these top 3 drivers, you're seeing it all race long, Sheldon, right there basically. I don't want to say under a blanket because there's a good gap there still to Danny O'Gara, but as far as lap times go, all pretty consistently within the same bracket here so far.
Yeah, Danny O'Gara is showing us what we've seen out of him all weekend long. 0.6 of a second advantage over second place Kaysen Hendrickson now. Kaysen Hendrickson and that 8 machine Lapin working together, though, still trying to reel in that gap to your race leader, and it looks like they're doing it. O'Gara back into the picture now with these two. But looks can be deceiving. And looks were. O'Gara still pulling it out with a 51.1 that lap. New personal best for this event.
And if I had $1 for every time we've done that tonight here, because we've both done that, Sheldon, where it's like, oh, it's getting closer, and then we look at the timing tower, and it's like, oh, nope, it's not, actually. I think it's something about the camera angle coming at us makes the gap seem a lot closer than it is, but that's why we rely on the timing and scoring, and that's why we have the transponders out here, so that definitely helps us out a little bit. Last time by Danny O'Gara was your fastest kart on the racetrack, so no troubles for him through 5 laps so far. We're getting into that 3-minute extra 3 minutes here in the final race that we have. You can see at the top of your screen there with the time we have remaining. So we'll see if Danny O'Gara can continue his dominance of the evening so far and finish up here in this final 2 minutes and 45 seconds that he has.
And you see Hendrickson there in second place, squatting down on the straightaways, trying to get that head tucked in a little bit. Try to make that kart just a little bit faster. Try to lure that aero resistance. But no dice right now as Danny O'Gara continues to walk away. Another 0.2 of a second picked up that lap for your race leader. Advantage now stretching out to 1.1 second.
Really no issues for Danny O'Gara at all at this point. I will say that. He's kind of checking out on these two. But this is the battle that we need to watch, I believe, here for the rest of the race, is this battle here for the second and third position, the final 2 steps on the podium. I don't think, looking at the gap back to about 4th position right now, unless something catastrophic happens to one of these 2 drivers. We never hope that happens, obviously. They will be holding on to the final 2 podium positions right now. So on your screen, you see your podium drivers. It's just a matter of where they're going to finish relative to each other, basically. So you continue to see the battle now between Hendrickson and Lapin as they go into that big corner.
Yeah, and also kind of surprising, too, as we look at that gap to 4th place, 4th place on back. Lincoln Wiley, a lot more competitive in the heat race. Felt like they were going to be a bigger part of the picture here tonight, but unfortunately way back from the leaders, 7.5 seconds. Do not see any opportunity unless, like you said, something catastrophic happening, where they'll be able to find themselves up into the fight. Same thing, rough night tonight for Elliott Simonellic.
Well, and as you bring that up, you kind of touched on it earlier, Sheldon, is the parity between all these drivers, and I think that specifically what you said, and nobody at this racetrack is a slouch. That's absolutely true. Now, with that being said, you do see the same drivers every week kind of work themselves up to the top. And what's interesting to me is, at least from our vantage point, it's kind of hard to tell. Is it a kart thing? Is it a skill thing? Is it just more time in the actual seat itself? It's really interesting to watch, because even though all these drivers are so evenly matched, you do see the same names, it seems like, every single week come through to the top. So it is kind of surprising when you see a name like Simon Ellick there down in 5th position, as you mentioned.
Based on the pace, from the drop of the rag, just not having it. Sometimes you show up to the track and, you can work for hours and hours and hours and days on end, making sure you brought the best piece that you possibly got. But sometimes you just show up and the other guys brought something a little bit extra. You come back the next week and you've hopefully have found it by then. But sometimes you have a lame duck week, and it's a rough place to be in. But the most important thing is to try and get through those laps, try to finish that race off, get as much experience as you can. Because if you can't win, the most important thing you can do is learn. And we're seeing that with the rest of these guys out here tonight, still trying to be competitive and learn with every lap and every opportunity they had to be on the track. And that right there is how you know that you have dedicated, passionate race car drivers out here in this field, because none of them have pulled off and thrown down the rag, and that in itself is a victory.
Well, not only that, and you brought it up. It gives you a good opportunity to maybe try different moves when you're in a position where, maybe it's not going to cost you a spot. So if you find yourself, obviously, Jordan Lapin's position, yes, you want to make that position or pass for that second position, but at the same time, you do have a sizable gap back to 4th place. So if you do end up making a mistake, the worst thing that happens now is you finish 3rd. So that's a very good point as well, Sheldon. 2 laps to go here for Danny O'Gara. And while we've been chatting about that, Kaysen Henderson has been kind of closing the gap a little bit. It's down to 0.4 of a second. We mentioned that Danny O'Gara has been so dominant, but the heat is starting to be on here. This is definitely 3 drivers now fighting for the lead position.
Yeah, starting to reel him back in now. Kaysen Henderson really working up to that rear bumper of your race leader, Danny O'Gara here. And running very competitive times, too. A little bit faster than the leader there. Purple lap for Kaysen Henderson, a 51.03. Right above your race leader is 51.051. That draft is really starting to kick in. I really think that Danny might have gone out there and just, overused that stuff a little bit. These guys back here maybe riding around a little bit off pace compared to them. Setting themselves up to be good for this last lap.
I was going to say, too, I do think that Danny is not the fastest kart. That's easily said right now. But can he hold on for these final couple of corners is going to be the question as they come through the S section here. This is going to be the final hairpin before the start-finish line. Does anybody have any kind of move on Danny O'Gara? Kaysen Henderson all over the back bumper. Looks like makes a move to the outside here at the very end. I don't think it's going to be enough. And it's not. Danny O'Gara will walk away with your 206 Sportsman final here at Whiteland Raceway Park. Kaysen Henderson and Jordan Lapin are going to take your final podium positions there, Sheldon.
I'll tell you what, to have that big an advantage at the start of this race, and then have 3 karts absolutely under a blanket here at the finish. Impressive drive for Kaysen Henderson and Jordan Lapin to be able to reel in that advantage that Danny O'Gara had over them. And an impressive drive for Danny O'Gara to be able to hold on to that win with those 2 hard chargers directly at his rear bumper.
It's a good point there, too. And it was interesting to see how much O'Gara fell off there in the final couple of... It happened so suddenly. Like, he had such a huge gap, and then all of a sudden you saw within about a lap and a half there, Henderson was all over the back bumper, just wasn't able to get it done. So we'll step aside here for just a second, and we'll be back with your 206 junior final here from Whiteland Raceway Park. Back here at Whiteland Raceway Park, green flag is in the air for your 206 junior final. Jack Fibra will lead the pack to the green flag here, followed by Evan Patton, Parker Dunn, Nico Santos, Colin Hardin, Lucian Laser, Mason Ward, Carson Benjamin, and Zoe Agara in this 206 junior final here this evening. Looks like most of the pack right now, Sheldon, is kind of separated out. Like I said earlier, we'll probably be seeing a little bit of that so far as these cars try not to really prematurely end their race. You really want to make sure that you're in a position where you can make that move towards the end of this final race, and you can't do that if you get yourself in an early race incident. So a lot of these drivers right now, I think, just taking it easy and trying to find a spot to run for this for the time being.
Yeah, but not a whole lot of time to run with it, though. 6 minutes plus 2 laps. Going to wind by really quick. We saw it in the last race. It felt like that was going to be a much longer ordeal, but they flew through the last final. And right now, Jack Bieber up here on the point like we saw him earlier tonight. Second place, Evan Patton, about a couple seconds back from your race leader, and Parker Dunn in the third position. Now here's the question. Is Parker Dunn going to be able to hook up with Evan Patton? Oh, we got a Kart around. It's a 7 machine of Parker Dunn. Going to get it going right. It only loses 1 position, but a lot of time lost with that incident. And now he's under pressure from that 8 machine of Lucian Laser.
Yeah, it looked like just the slightest touch by Evan Patton there as they went through that corner. I don't think Parker Dunn went all the way around, but definitely slowed down enough where you can see that Lucian Laser is going to be all over his back bumper right now. Actually able to take that position away from Parker Dunn is Lucian Laser. So we'll see how that goes by back to the stripe. It does look like for the time being, actually Parker Dunn was able to get the spot back. I think they traded it just at the line there, but that's the battle that you see on your screen right now. And I know you and I kind of put the commentator's curse on Lucian Laser earlier, but already showing us in this final race the speed he has in the kart. Big slide there by the 7.
Yeah, it was a big slide by Parker Dunn there, and a tremendous job to keep the thing straight. Still under heavy scrutiny right now, though, from that 8 machine. Lucian Laser all over his rear bumper as they work themselves into this right-hand corner. And beautiful shots here. Tell you what, the camera crew is doing an incredible job this evening because it feels like we're right in the middle of the action this go-around. And also, for Lucian Laser, he's got to be driving a little bit hot in that 8 machine, up to 3rd place. But on the first lap, lost 4 spots. A little bit of a bobble, a couple karts, kart went around. Lucian lost a lot of time there and doing a good job trying to do everything he can to get himself pulled back into the fray here. 5 seconds behind your race leader, but only 4 minutes left in this race.
That being said, though, Lucian Laser last time by did run the fastest lap. Now this is only the 4th lap of this race with 4 minutes to go, so that will probably change as time goes, but that could work into Lucian Laser's favor as well, as we've seen karts fall off in different directions towards the latter half of a race. So do you have a short run kart that gets you out to the lead and you kind of hang on, or do you have a long run kart that you're going to take your time and bite it and then wait for at the end when you can pounce and grab some positions? I do think Lucian Laser was able to make the move on Evan Patton for that 2nd position, so now it's just Laser and Fever here at the front of the pack fighting for 1st and 2nd, and Laser continues to just cut up the field as he marches his way up.
Yeah, Laser looking really fast now. Got in front of Evan Patton and throwing a pretty sizable advantage. A couple kart links between him and Patton. Almost instantaneously. You see Patton start to get back to him a little bit here as we work ourselves through the S's, the more technical sector of this racetrack. But Laser just doing a really good job getting the power down on corner exit, really stretching his legs once we get on the straightaways. And you see it right there.
I'm really interested to see, too, because this is our 2nd final race of the evening. Earlier we saw Danny O'Gara, and we kind of touched on it a few times, the model of consistency. It doesn't seem to matter what conditions you throw at him, his kart doesn't fall off. We did see a fall off of his kart there towards the final 2 laps of that race. So we'll see if anybody here does the same thing or if there's even more dramatic consequences. Because we've seen in the later half of some of these heat races, maybe even 3-4 changes for the lead there towards the end of them.
I'll tell you what, with just about around 4 minutes of racing action remaining once you factor in the final laps. Lucian Laser's really going to want to pick up the pace if he's going to have anything to do with that 381 machine up there at the front, because he's running about 0.7 a lap faster than Lucian Laser right now. And that advantage is growing. It is now up to 5.7 seconds. I think that 381's just running off to the pay window at this point.
Yeah, and I got to correct myself a little bit here. I was seeing the battle you see on your screen right now and mistaking that for the battle for first and second between Jack Feber and Lucian Laser. That's actually the battle between Lucian Laser and Evan Patton that you're watching right now, which is much closer on the racetrack than Lucian Laser is to Jack Feber. You mentioned it, kind of about a 5-second gap right now. So kind of similar to what we saw in the first race, just a battle between the second and third podium spot here. Maybe something that we're seeing here, and obviously it's a small sample size and we'll have to see what happens in this race. Potentially the second and third place cars are saving, knowing that the first place car is running flat out, and then trying to have it work out that way. I'm not entirely sure. This is my hypothesis, right? So we'll see how this plays out as the race goes on, Sheldon. But I think that is something that we might be seeing playing out right now.
I'll tell you what, with as big of an advantage as Jack has right now at this point, you know, get these next 2 laps on the board and he could pretty much coast to it on cruise control, because he is now up to a 6-second advantage over second place Lucian Laser, and even more so over your third place runner, Evan Patton. He's just gone from this field at this point. He's in a different area code.
Yeah, that's a good point you bring up too. If you are gonna save, you gotta make sure that you don't let that gap get too far out, which it is, at least at this point, it looks like it has been for Lucian Laser and Evan Patton. I think they're gonna have a hard time catching Jack Feber here this evening with 3 laps remaining. Going back for the field right now, looking to see if there's any other close battles. Parker Dunn and Colin Harden are still fighting for 4th and 5th position. That's a pretty close battle going on in your race track right now. And then last time by, Mason Ward just made a pass on Nico Santos. You can see on your timing tower there for a position. So still some action going on mid-pack towards the latter half of this pack in this racetrack still. But here, this is still a view at 2nd and 3rd position. Lucian Laser, Evan Patton battling it out here in the final 3 laps at Whiteland Raceway Park.
Yeah, this has been the battle since the drop of the green flag. Lucian Laser and Evan Patton well off the heels of your race leader, Jack Feber, but these two have been absolutely bringing the pressure to each other lap after lap. Right now, Lucian Laser with the advantage, just running a little bit better than that 61 machine of Evan Patton, but Evan Patton doing everything he can to stay in the wake to try and get drawn back up to the bumper to be able to try and make some kind of move as we close down into the last 2 laps of this event.
And that's something we've been watching all night long too, is you don't want to make your pass too early, but you also don't want to waste too much time if you have the speed to make the pass now. So that's been kind of the interesting double-edged sword we've seen through passing so far this evening. Obviously not a problem for the 381 card of Jack Feber, because he's just running away with this right now with 2 laps to go. I think he'll be getting the white flag this time by, actually, as we speak. So again, it's going to come down to that battle between Lucian Laser and Evan Patton for the final podium position. As I say that, actually, I stand corrected. You can see the checkered flag there is in the air. So it looks like Jack Feber came away with the win. That's not a surprise. I'm just kind of curious to see where Lucian Laser and Evan Patton end up now. Parker Dunn, you see on your screen right now, is coming across the stripe.
And that one going to go to Jack Feber. Lucian Laser bringing it home in second, 7 seconds back from your race leader. Absolute domination out of Jack this race, and I was not expecting to see it in such a close category like we have here. Third's going to go to Evan Patton, followed by Parker Dunn, Carson Benjamin, Colin Harden, Mason Ward going to bring it home in 7th, followed by Nico Santos in 18th, and 9th is going to go to Zoe Agara.
Yeah, and you kind of touched on it there. I was not expecting that level of domination from Jack Feber, especially after seeing how Danny O'Gara struggled there in the last couple of laps, but able to hang on, get it done. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have our 206 Senior Light Final. So don't go anywhere here on Kart Chaser. And we are back here at Whiteland Raceway Park. It looks like we have Karts back out on the racetrack here for your 206 Senior Light Final. Just going around here getting grouped up. We'll get back to the tram line and get your grid here for you once they drop the green flag. Been some exciting final racing so far. Kind of back and forth a little bit more than what we've seen. And also kind of some trends flipping from the heat races, seeing some domination that we saw some close racing in the heat races and seeing some close racing where we saw some domination in the heat races. So really been going back and forth so far. One kart off the pace, so I think we're going to re-rack here, or they might just slow them way down at the tram lines. We'll see in just a second. And the green flag is out.
Green flag is out. Braden Heber working himself up to an advantage already. I mean, saying that's like saying water's wet. But Braden Heber out in control of the field now already with second place, Jared Howerton. This is going to be a battle, one heck of a battle, because we saw how close these guys were earlier, and I'm expecting much the same. One kart having a little bit of issue there. Let's see if we can get the door number here. Not quite, but...
We'll jump in there. I will say 2 karts had trouble right off the bat. So when we get back to the stripe here, we'll see who that was. One kart had a half spin, and then the other kart you saw there was off the pace. This is back towards the front of your pack. Yeah, you mentioned it, Brandon Heber out in front. That's not really the surprise so far. What we'll yet to see, though, is if Jared Howerton and Colton Kelly can run him down and have any challenges for him as they come back across the stripe. No surprises there. Brandon Heber also puts down the fastest lap. And it was Nick Patton and Zachary Allen that had the early troubles there, Sheldon.
Unfortunate way to start this thing off, but man, Braden Heber's just off to the races now. 56.008 over Jared Howerton, but Howerton doing a good job staying in tow, just within spitting distance of your race leader in that 8 machine. These two have had some really good battles this evening. I'm wondering if we're going to see more of the same here.
Yeah, and again, we have the extra 3 minutes in the final races here, so it's 8 minutes plus the 2 laps instead of the 5 minutes we saw in the heats. So a little bit more time for things to develop, and as we mentioned, it might be the camera playing tricks on us again a little bit here, but it does look like Jared Howerton is going to... Okay, so the gap did increase a little bit, but still keeping Brandon Heber under half of a second gap right now, and I think that's all you can really do. I know Heber's going to have the speed early on, especially with the clean air right now on the racetrack. It's just a matter right now if you're Howerton or Colton Kelly, basically keeping yourself in striking distance for this early portion of the race.
Nice long zoomed in camera angle here as we get a look at Braden Heber out here in control of this thing still. Howerton doing everything he can to try and figure out what that 8 machine is doing that's making him so good. Not able to find it just yet. Really good set of corners there, though, for Jared Howerton. Going to kind of close him up a little bit. Got a good run off the corner, at least. Not enough to make much play with, but Howerton doing a good job. Third place, Colton Kelly kind of falling out of the mix a little bit here. 2 seconds back from your race leaders.
And you kind of mentioned it too. It's interesting to watch here because we're watching Jared Howerton. He doesn't look to be doing anything wrong at all, and he's running incredibly fast lap times. But then you just look a little bit ahead of him there, and you see Brandon Heber is just doing that much better than him right now, and that's the difference on the racetrack, and it continues to grow. I will say, when it comes down to this part of the racetrack, it does look like the gap is shrinking a little bit. Again, I think that's the camera just playing a little bit of tricks on us. We'll see the next time by if the gap is increased. But again, right now, Brandon Heber, the class of the field, really the kart that you're going to have to go out there and beat. I don't really think that he's going to come back to you. I think you got to find a way to get to him.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy task for sure for the rest of these guys, because that 8 car has just been on rails this evening. You see that advantage growing up to second. Got a little bit of a battle shaking up a little bit further in the back of the pack, though. This is the battle between the 21 machine of Nick Patton and Kyler Peebles. Peebles with the advantage in the 2 machine right now. I do believe that's the 2 in front. Yes, it is.
Yeah, and give a shout out to Nick Patton here, because that last time by was much slower than Kyler Peebles, so did a really good job this lap time, or this past time by, excuse me, to shorten up that gap. We'll see where it comes when they get by this time by through the stripe. But again, all the way through this field, you look at it, you got the battle between Heber and Howerton. You got Johnson and Kelly, and then you've got this battle with Peebles and Patton. So kind of a paired up bit of battles you see here as you go back through the field. Zachary Allen right now, the only kart really that doesn't have a dancing partner so far. And you wouldn't be able to tell it right now because Brandon Heber keeps putting lap times down that is continuing to just open up that gap on Jared Howerton for the time being.
One thing I do like about that 8, we mentioned it earlier, but it's really shining here in the nighttime, that fluorescent yellow driver's suit with the, fluorescent high-vis helmet really pops out here on the track with that dark metallic blue finish on that car. Makes it easier for us to tell, where exactly Heber is, as you see him still pulling away from second place, but that crawl really starting to fall off a little bit, though, because you see Howerton starting to run a little bit faster lap times than he was earlier. Heber was pointing, half a tenth at a time on second place, but now it's kind of tapered off, down to the 3/2 range. I'm wondering if we're starting to see that point where the pendulum sways and those tires start to come back to that 78 machine.
Yeah, and it's been kind of the long game, it seems like, from Jared Howerton this entire race, and it's still just a 1.2 second advantage, which is significant, but it's not insurmountable, I think, with the amount of time that's still left in this race. So we'll see what Brandon Heber can do. As we say that last time by, he just ran the fastest lap of the race, so I guess take the words right back out of our mouth as soon as we say them, Sheldon. But this has been fun to watch right here. Kyler Peebles, Nick Patton going at it here. This has been a really close battle for 5th and 6th this entire race.
Yeah, as you see this thing shaking up between the two of them further in the back of the pack still, but right now, got the camera on that race leader, that 8 machine. Minute and 30 seconds remaining left, plus the 2 laps that follow that. Is Braden Heber going to be able to hold on to this pace long enough to be able to get this thing done, or is he just out here overcooking those tires?
Well, something I wanted to point out here as he goes through that one section, that's pretty much, as he got into that technical section, the only time we've seen him catch a curb. So something that I wanted to point out there that Brandon Heber's doing a really good job of is staying on the actual racing surface, keeping all 4 tires on the racetrack, which does make a big difference. You can make a little bit of advantage, maybe getting a little bit of the corner if you're in a battle. But if you're trying to go for lap times over the aggregate, you really want to do all you can to keep all 4 tires on the racetrack and keep the power down. And he's been doing a really good job of that so far. And again, that last time by ran the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, I'm thinking those words that just came out of my mouth, they're definitely going right back, because I just don't think there's going to be a chink in the armor of that 8 machine now. Getting too late, man. We got 30 laps. 30 seconds left. Get the 2 to go flag. Yeah, 30 laps, man.
I was going to say, they had 30 laps.
If it was 30 laps, I think it would come back around, because I don't know if these tires could hold 30 laps. I mean, throw a shoe at me if I'm wrong. But,
at some point, I think we'd run out of fuel too, right? I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
Yeah, like 30. Thankfully, 30 seconds. Plus the 2 laps of all that, I just don't think it's going to come back around into the hands of the 78 machine. I think this thing, unless that 8 machine makes a huge mistake up there at the front, I think this is Braden Heber's race to win.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And yeah, no endurance kart racing here today, so only 3 more laps left here for Braden Heber. Maybe even possibly 2 laps left when he gets back to the stripe. We'll see here when we get back to the start-finish line. But an absolutely clinical performance for the 8 kart. You kind of mentioned it. Really just leading the way, trailblazing with that fluorescent paint scheme. The rest of the field here, it looks like we'll see when he goes by. I can't really see right now. This will be 2 laps to go. So 2 laps to go for Braden Heber this time. And you kind of mentioned it, his race to lose now.
I'll tell you what, though, talking about it, with as bumpy and as characteristic fuel-filled as this race surface is, I feel like an endurance race here would be an absolute blast to watch.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no doubt. Like, that would be something else.
Because like this, from where I'm sitting up here in the booth, watching these guys having to navigate these bumps, these difficult, tricky corners, I feel like it would be an absolute just barn burner to watch these guys go out here and have to really preserve their stuff for a long scale event here at the Whiteland Raceway Park. Such a great facility. But right now, facility belonging to that 8 machine of Braden Heber as he brings it down to the start finish line to bring us to the white flag. I think I'm on the right part of the track. No, apparently I'm not.
No, he'll get the white flag that time.
Okay. I didn't say flag, man. I was like, man, had a good call there, and I ruined it.
No, you were absolutely correct. He did take the white flag that time by, and something else I want to point out is he continues to put down the fastest lap time every single time he goes past the start finish line. So really just not making any mistakes and continuing to get better as Brandon Heber as he continues to just dominate the rest of this field. He'll take it through the final set of corners here, the final technical section of the racetrack before he gets back to the hairpin before the start finish line. And Brandon Heber, the fluorescent 8 Kart, will come back to the tram line victorious here at Whiteland Raceway Park. He will win your 206 Senior Light final handily.
And with an absolute walk-off in such a competitive split that we have here, Braden Heber gets the job done with Jared Howerton in second. Braden Johnson going to bring it home third, followed by Colton Kelly in fourth. Fifth, still heavily contested. They're not at the line just yet. Nick Patton versus Kyler Peebles. Looks like that is going to go into the hand, though, of, I believe, Nick Patton. No, Kyler gets it. Nick Patton going to bring it home 6th, and 7th is going to be Zachary Allen.
So Kyler Peebles will steal the 5th spot away at the line there, and that will put a finish here to our 206 Senior Light final. Coming up next here in just a few minutes on Kart Chasers is going to be your 206 Masters final. And then not to take away from the 206 Masters final, but after that, Sheldon, is going to be the Blue Shock EV final. I'm really excited to see that one. So stick tight, go get yourself a soda, maybe a snack, hang around here on Kart Chase. We'll be back for more coverage in just a few minutes from Whiteland Raceway Park. Back here at Whiteland Raceway Park, Ian Fisher, Sheldon Atkins chopping it up here in the Kart Chaser broadcast booth, getting ready for the 206 Masters final. Just saw a little bit of camaraderie there between the drivers, some fist bumps before we get going with the racing action. So maybe some glove bumps before the gloves comes off, so to speak, for the racing action here. 2x2 in the tram line, 4 cars in your class so far. This is always an exciting class, even with a limited kart count. Lots of talented drivers in here, and you saw how exciting that final heat race was. Looking for more of the same here in the future race as we're underway. Green flag is out for your 206 Masters final. Single file so far through the first couple of corners. Melvin Godsey, Matt Geis, Troy Tony, Kevin Simonellic, your 4 drivers here in this class. Indianapolis's Whiteland Raceway Park here. And so far, so good. Travis, through the first couple of corners. As we saw in the heat race, I think we're going to see a little bit of settling out right now, and then we'll start to see some guys make some moves. We saw very close racing between the top 3 drivers here to finish out. And a little bit of sparks maybe off of Melvin Godsey's kart.
That right there means he's got that thing absolutely primed for that straight line speed. See them sparks scrape up off the bottom of that 83 machine. Got her trimmed out. Seeing sparks means fast. You don't see the sparks stop, though. That means you're in trouble, but looking pretty good right now for Melvin Godsey out there in the front. And you were talking about the camaraderie a little bit ago, and I'm sure there is a lot of it. These guys have run hundreds of laps against each other this year in this division. And bringing it here to the end half of the season, I'm sure we're going to see some really good respectful racing out of these 4. The main thing that I'm expecting, though, is these 3 guys right here. I'm not expecting much shakeup between them because I think they want to stay directly in the wake of that race leader as long as they possibly can. As soon as they get racing side by side for second place, then they got to figure out how they're going to hunt down that race leader once they make the passes on each other.
Yeah, I agree with you, too. And we kind of saw how that trended out in the heat race as well. Sheldon they kind of sat here and bided their time until the final couple of laps. But that being said, once they got to those final couple of laps, there was a few changes for position there. Melvin Godsey was able to come away with the heat race win and is able to continue that domination so far into this final race where he holds the lead so far. But again, just a 0.6 of a second gap between first and third place right now. Really no place for any of these drivers to run and no room for any mistakes to be made right now.
Yeah, Melvin Godsey up here at the front, fastest lap that time around, going to Troy Tony back there in the 3rd position. Using the advantage of that wake in a fast kart. But look at the sparks coming off of that 83 as he gets up to pretty much the top speed coming into that right-hander.
I think the bumper might be dragging.
That's the bumper bar. Yeah, the bumper bar is dragging off the back of the 83. That's the problem right there.
Yeah, so hopefully I think as long as it's hanging on, there isn't an issue there. Obviously, safety is at the forefront of everything. If that were to come off, that'd be an issue. Like, just to put it plainly, you need to watch out for that. So we'll kind of see how that continues to develop because that's somewhat interesting. I don't know if they'd make him bring it in. I have seen a black flag here before for stuff hanging off of the go-kart, but again, at the time right now, that bumper is still actually attached to the kart right now. So I don't think it's going to be an issue for the rest of the race. But we'll continue to keep an eye on that for sure.
Well, here's hoping that it stays on, and here's hoping that they don't, feel the necessity to reach for that penalty flag to pull them in to get that worked on, because it'd be such a heartbreaking occurrence for Melvin Godsey to come out here with so much speed right out of the gate and them having to lose this thing. But man, I tell you what, if I was second place, if I was Matt Geist, I'd be kind of hounding on that bumper every now and then, going into the corners to try and knock it a little bit looser to try and get that thing thrown back in your advantage. But
right.
The old days of Thunder method.
Yeah, or as you're driving by the start-finish line, maybe throwing your hands up and pointing at it, and like, hey, what's going on here? Maybe a little bit of gamesmanship as you continue to go there. But as you see, kind of Melvin Godsey, I will say, I think just gave Matt Geis the position there. So maybe that's slowing him down a little bit potentially, because you see he's starting to fall off big time right now. And Matt Geis is going to go ahead and take that spot away. Yeah, you continue to see Melvin Godsey fall back. So hopefully, you got to imagine it has something to do with that bumper, right? As much of a bummer as that is for Melvin Godsey.
Yeah, as you see Melvin Godsey falling way behind now, I think that he might be bracing to pull that thing in, unfortunately. See him right now. Right here, the battle for the lead, though, shaping up. Troy Toney to the back bumper of Matt Geist. These are two that have, man, everything I called these two in a handful of weeks ago when I was up here with Simon Sykes. These two were the show for this series. And everything these guys were in, they were door-to-door, neck and neck, racing like their life depended on it, trying to find their way by each other. Right now, Matt Geist in control of it with Troy Toney directly behind.
You bring up an excellent point, too, Sheldon, that now that Melvin Godsey, unfortunately, is out of the running for the lead, these two have been battling side by side pretty much all night long. So we get to watch this fantastic battle here between Matt Geist and Troy Toney for the final 2 minutes and 50 seconds here of this final race. So that's a very good point right there, as well, as you start to see Troy Toney maybe thought about taking a move to the inside there. We'll go ahead and file in with Matt Geist here with about 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go in our feature race.
Yeah, an unfortunate break. Looking at the scoring, it looks like Melvin Godsey has pulled that cart behind the wall, unable to continue with that rear bumper hanging the way it is. I imagine that they probably asked politely for him to bring that thing down and work on it, but insurmountable situation to come back from with just 2 minutes and 7 seconds remaining in this before we get the two to go. You see Troy Toney catching the curbs there a little bit.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I will say that's opened up this gap here, or this race, excuse me, between Matt Geist and Troy Toney. So we will see this continuing to go for the final 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Something else I wanted to point out as well, too, our timing and scoring tower here will show us black flags. So there never was a black flag, I believe, shown to Melvin Godsey. So yeah, maybe what you're saying there, a polite going over to the crew and just saying, hey, you need to take care of that, and we won't show you the actual flag. Or maybe possibly just Melvin Godsey. You did kind of see it. It was starting to slow him down, I think, a little bit, because you did see Matt Geist catching up to him, and then you saw him give the position away to Matt Geist there, so maybe thought about pulling it in just to fight another day. But we kind of mentioned just absolutely heartbreaking for Melvin Godsey, because they were definitely the cart to beat here this evening.
Yeah, devastating break for him, but and we're getting to see, 2/3 of the battle that we were already expecting, because those three were so matched on pace earlier in the day and throughout this race. It would have been a matter of time before Troy Toney and Matt Geist would have found their way to the back bumper of that 83 machine of Melvin Godsey. Now, just the two of them running for it. Matt Geist with the fastest lap that time, 52.4 to Troy Toney's 52.7. Looks like Matt Geist is pulling it out just a little bit, but Troy Toney looking like he's bringing the fight back to him after we got past the start-finish line there.
Yeah, and give a call to Troy Toney. The model of consistency started second, staying in that second position. But I will point out in that final heat race, not the final race, this is the final race we're in right now, but in the final heat race earlier today, Troy Toney was able to make that move for the final position on Matt Geist, actually, I believe, to get himself to that second spot on the grid. So we'll be able to see if that continues here, or if Matt Geist is able to hang on for the final 2 laps.
Oh, here we go. They're going to put the flags in the air here. 2 laps remaining in this thing. This is where it's going to get interesting, man. You got Matt Geist versus Troy Toney, and these are two of the best on the circuit right now. These two both very talented, capable drivers. Troy Toney with a faster lap that time, a 10th quicker than Matt Geist. Has he done a good enough job taking care of his stuff to put himself into the position to get this thing stolen out of the hands of that 531 machine of Matt Geist?
Well, at least on the eye test right now, it looks like Troy Toney lost a little bit of time to Matt Geist in the large banked corner there. And going back to the technical section here, it does look like that gap has at least, if it hasn't gotten any closer, it's at least staying the same. I will say that. So we'll see what happens when they come back to the stripe right now. Sheldon, going to be 1 lap to go here. I think it's going to be Matt Geist who continues to be in the lead on the white flag lap. We'll see if he's able to hold off Troy Toney for this final lap.
And stagnating up here just a little bit. Matt Geist putting out a better lap that go round than Troy Toney at 52.3 for Matt Geist. Going to give him the advantage here, everything that he needs here in this final lap. I think it might just be a little too late for Troy Toney to be able to mount a charge, especially from that distance. Working into that sweeping right-hander here that starts off the technical section of this racetrack. Going to go right straight into the S's. Matt Geist in control of this thing with a huge advantage now over second place Troy Toney. Can just about taste the win from here.
Yeah, it's really going to take a mistake of catastrophic proportions at this point for Matt Geist to get up to Troy Toney, and give Troy Toney some credit too. He really gave a good run at it. As Matt Geist will come over and take the checkered flag, Troy Toney will finish second. Troy Toney really, I think, had something for Matt Geist. I just think in those final 2 laps, you kind of saw as they went into the bank corner, Matt Geist was just set up for that speed down that straightaway, and I think that was the difference in the final 2 laps there. So Matt Geist, Troy Toney are going to be finishing first and second. Kevin Simon-Ellick, by default, will finish in your final podium position. So unfortunately for Melvin Godsey, those issues with the rear bumper will find themselves 6 laps down after leading really a good chunk of the beginning of this race. So that's heartbreaking for him.
Yeah, tough break for Melvin Godsey. So much speed all day long, and come to the final showing of it, and parts failure takes you out. I mean, it's sometimes the racing gods just do not shine in your favor.
Well, in the eternal words of Curtis Blow, sometimes them's the breaks. So we'll take a step away here from Whiteland Raceway Park. When we come back, it's going to be the Blue Shock EV final here on Kart Chaser TV. Kart's back on the racetrack here at Whiteland Raceway Park, and already one kart around, getting back here on the pace lap. So that's going to be a little bit interesting. Remember, standing start here for our Blue Shock EV final. So you'll see the karts come back around, and then they will take their spot on the grid. This was one of the most exciting heats that we saw, Sheldon. I'm really excited for this final race. I don't know about you.
Absolutely, and you know as well as I did. I did a little bit of research on this class while we were on the transition in between races earlier. From what I was reading online, 90 foot-pounds of torque with the equivalent of 45 horsepower in these things. I don't know where the numbers sit with, this particular division at the moment, but a lot of excitement to be had with these karts. These, I never thought I'd see electric karts, man, but I've lived to that point in life, and it's kind of cool.
Well, you see it too in motocross. You're starting to see the advent of the electric motocross bikes. So it doesn't surprise me, but it does surprise me. I understand what you're saying. These are really cool karts to watch. I will say something that kind of stood out to me as well. These karts appear to be a lot wider than any other of the karts that we saw. So passing was something else, to say the least, in our first heat race. So with the additional 3 minutes we have here, as you see the standing start, we'll watch the flagman. Get ready here. no lights, but it's going to be flags down, and away we go here from Whiteland Raceway Park. A good jump by all of these karts, and they're going to file single file here into the first couple of corners. Watch back in the pack there, though. A few karts getting together side by side. A little bit of contact, but it seems like everybody's going to make their way through. And then if you're watching at home, just hold on tight for the rest of this race because you haven't seen nothing yet.
And the most impressive thing that I noticed in these is how well they launch off the corner with these electronic power plants. Just the direct transfer from pedal to throttle response on these karts is something to behold.
Something we touched on also in the heat races is just the differences in lap times as well. So we'll see here this first lap obviously will be a little bit slower because of the standing start. But once these karts get going, they get 2 or 3 laps under their belt. They've been running lap times that are about 8 seconds faster than any of the other karts that we've seen on the racetrack so far. And look when they go over the bumps too, Sheldon. You can see some of these drivers taking some big shots as they go over these bumps.
Yeah, this right here is definitely the course you want to take these to if you're trying to test the durability of these EVs. Right now, Chad Stoughton out with the lead. Second place, Ronan Gitman. Caitlin Rains in third position. And it is a close battle right now for the third position between Caitlin Rains and Kyler Kames.
And something I've also noticed too, it's a close battle for every position so far in the racetrack. You look at the timing tower, and the only positions that haven't changed hands so far is going to be your leader and your second place kart right now. And that's going to be Chad Stoughton and Ronan Gitman, as you just mentioned, the top 2 karts, and then Caitlin Rains rounding out the podium so far. But every other kart, it seems like, has either gained a position or lost a position so far off at the beginning of this race. So as you see the timing tower pop up on the left side of your screen, look at how close the interval is from first back to 5th place, just under 2 seconds between all these karts.
Yeah, this is definitely a very competitive class, and as you see side-by-side battle shaking up right now, I think that is for the 4th position right now. It looks like Achilles Perko and Kyler Kames going to battle back there. As you see, Caitlin Rains taking away the 2nd place spot from Ronan Gitman. Move herself up into a better position here.
Gitman, one of the more dominant drivers in our heat race as well. So interesting to see the early race slide from him, but really give a call out. You mentioned it. Caitlin Rains doing a great job of just cutting through the pack a little bit. A little bit of sparks again there we saw from Chad Stoughton. I don't think it's much of an issue as it was for maybe Melvin Godsey in the previous race, but it's kind of cool under the lights here at Whiteland Raceway Park, seeing some things you don't normally see. Some of the reflections and the lighting off of the karts is a lot different than what you're used to. Another thing that I'm really enjoying seeing, not so much on these karts, but on a lot of the other karts, you can see the electronic dashes really lighting up on the steering wheels as well.
Yeah, it is really cool. Whiteland Park after dark, man. Didn't think I'd be around to see it, but I'm loving every second of it. As you see, Chad Stoughton still off with the advantage right now. 4 laps into this thing, with a 3.6 second lead over second place Caitlin Rains. And also to touch on Rains' performance tonight, we went into the heats and everything, weren't really talking about her much. She slowly worked herself up the scoreboard, basically lap after lap, and now she's got herself up in the second place position and running pretty strong. We got one car off track here. Looks like the 13 machine of Wade Sewell.
I believe possibly Wade was getting caught a lap down there and just yielding the position. Yeah, I think that's what's going on right there, actually, is they're just kind of getting out of the way to yield the position. And we've seen it with how fast these lap times are. Lap traffic does become kind of a what's the word I'm trying to say here? Factor. There we go. Words are difficult. And the later we go into these races, you can see it's still it's spread out a little bit. Chad Stoughton has opened up a huge gap on the rest of the field so far. But you look, second position on back through 5th, still very, very close between all those drivers right now.
Yeah, Chad Stoughton running on average nearly a second faster than the rest of the field right now. Great performance by him in that 88 machine. Caitlin Rains hold on pretty strong in the second place position, though. Not much going on. Well, yeah, it looks like they got a little bit of a battle starting to shake up. No, not quite. I was waiting for the telemetry to come back there. Sorry about that.
Well, something I've kind of noticed too with these karts is, and I'm sorry to cut you off there. I didn't mean to do that. I apologize. But something I noticed with these karts is that the braking, they actually brake a lot. What am I trying to say? They're slower through the middle of the corner, but it allows them to accelerate off faster and also get into the corner harder. But they are slowing down a little bit more in the corners. So you see a big bump right there.
Huge shove.
Yeah, I don't necessarily blame that driver for throwing their hand up in the air right there. Hey, what was that? You know, that was a big shot. And that's something we've seen in this class is the closing rate. Kind of what I was touching on. Look at that right there.
Look at that.
It's huge.
Just amazing. And they're still going at it. Still heavy contact happening here in the middle of the pack. I think that's Gitman and Kames, or is that Superco and Gitman?
I think it's Superco and Gitman, but there appears to be some kind of disagreement between both of them right now because, yeah, you mentioned that they continue to give each other bumpers, and right now you continue to see the hands up in the air. So maybe you want to keep an eye on this battle for the rest of the race. This is definitely the most exciting and the most dramatic right now on the racetrack.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to keep my eyes on the battle or if I want to keep my eyes on pit road after these two are done because it's going to be an interesting little... I feel like we might have a fight here on our hands before too long, but right now Gitman going to get the spot away from Superco, but Superco charging back again. Wonder if there's going to be another bumper thrown here.
Yeah, it's been very interesting to watch so far as we continue to watch them go back down through the corners. A little bit of a gap through them now, but they'll catch up to some lap traffic. We'll see if that does anything here to get them closer together or spread them apart. Right now, they're continuing to go side by side. A big run here to the outside. We'll see if this can stick. Oh man,
he just about turned him.
Yeah, just about.
They're still going at it. He's going to push him off the course here.
Oh man, I will say a little bit of devil's advocate there. I think there was a little bit of not clear when they thought they were clear on that corner there. I don't think that was maybe just an intentional clean out, but definitely no holds barred racing here.
Superco right back to the rear bumper of Gitman. This fight ain't over. This is the highlight of the race right here. While Stoughton runs away with this thing by 5.5 seconds.
Remember, gotta get the carts back in one piece too.
Right now, shades of Earnhardt and Bodine here at Whiteland Raceway Park. Oh, he tried to swing to him, but he couldn't get there.
And remember, we're still going to have 2 laps to go here for these drivers once they get back to the start-finish line. So this is not over yet. Still some back and forth to be had between Superco and Gitman, if I had to put money on it before the night is through.
It's crazy how, you look at go-karts and you typically think, yeah, momentum base, and you watch these, and these guys are basically parking at the center and just absolutely light-switching the throttle coming back onto the straightaway. And how big of a run they're able to get doing that.
We'll see here if Superco can get the run around the outside. You saw it earlier. It was a little problematic last time by. We'll see if they can both get through here. A little bit more room from both drivers given that time. Lap driver getting out of the way.
Yeah, they have the lapper there. This part of the track here, it seems like Gitman's really struggling to get the power down. And we got one kart off the track. Can't 22. Tell you who that is.
22, Kyler Carnes, actually.
Oh, no. Rough break for Carnes. Running the top 5.
That will give a spot to Superco and Gitman here. Now it's a final podium. Well, it's a battle for the final 2 podium positions, 2nd and 3rd here. Superco going to take a look to the inside. Going to be able to clear him here, but we'll see what happens.
When does the bumper get used again? Because you've seen it used this entire race.
Well, there might be a local yellow through here too, actually. So.
Yeah, right there you see Carnes outside of his cart, walking the grass, but here we are.
And sorry, while that was all transpiring, Chad Stoughton will walk away with a Blue Shock EV final win. So we do want to point that out.
Yeah, Stoughton, but he was gone from the drop of the flag, man.
Well, you saw that battle between Gitman and Sapirko. That ended up being the battle for second and third. It wasn't the battle for second and third the entire way, but when you got cars battling that hard behind you, makes it really easy to check out the way that he did. So it's going to be Stoughton, Gitman, Sapirko, Jones, Rains, Schweiders, Richardson, Hernandez, Carnes after the unfortunate...
I wonder what happened to Rains, because she was sitting up there in third, second place most of that race, and a huge fall at the end to bring her down to fifth.
Yeah, lots of changes in position here as we go down the rest of the leaderboard. And unfortunate for Kyler Carnes, he's going to end up finishing in the 9th spot, and then the Sewell brothers will take 10th and 11th position. So we're going to take a step aside here. We'll be back with our mini Swift final here from Whiteland Raceway Park on Kart Chaser.
And welcome back to Whiteland Raceway Park. Sheldon Atkins sitting here in the booth. Right now, mini Swifts take to the track. You see these guys lined up side by side here, getting themselves ready to go through the tram lines here to take the green flag for their final. Waiting for our scoring to get through over here. Everything looks clean. Looks like we're about to go green here in just a second. And green flag is in the air. We are underway here. Danny O'Gara leading them down into turn number 1. Everybody getting through the first handful of corners here, nice and clean. O'Gara is still in charge of this thing. Oh, sorry, no, O'Gara gets knocked offline a little bit. Can't tell off the top of my head who's in control of it right now. But here we go, another battle shaking up for the lead. Still not over yet. Here we got the 24 machine making a deep dive. Austin Taylor to the point. Over second place, I think that is Fletchener. Yeah, Austin Taylor now out in front. Is he going to be able to stretch his muscles and get himself out to a nice advantage. And here it is. Yeah, you see Danny O'Gara working himself to the back bumper, that number 10 machine of Will Feichner. Not able to get anything done, though, coming into the S. It's not a real easy section on the racetrack to make passes or set up passes. You can do it if they make a mistake, but here he comes, using that last sweeping corner, coming onto that long, the back straightaway. Going to get by him here on the bottom. Everybody kind of cycled out now to the positions where they're probably going to sit for a majority of this one. See Austin Taylor still out there in control. Danny O'Gara just behind him, though. Oh yeah, well, if there's anything that I'm expecting here is that it's not going to be an easily earned win for Austin Taylor. Danny O'Gara, we've seen how fast he is. We've talked about him all night long. You know that he's not going to let the final go away without a fight. And that 24 machine's really going to have to pull them gloves off and get on the wheel. Because Danny will be there here in a couple of laps if history is anything to show for it. O'Gara's just about within spitting distance now of your race leader. Austin Taylor doing everything he can to drive that thing and hold on to that advantage. But that advantage to second place rapidly evaporating as O'Gara now is within draft range once we get here onto this long straightaway. Look at him. Logan O'Gara over there doing everything he can to keep that speed up. Here he comes with a huge dive down to the inside, but Austin Taylor back up on the outside. Taylor going to try and pull the crossover, but not going to be able to get the nose there. O'Gara has the position through the S's, give the lead to Danny O'Gara. But here he comes, right back trying again. Takes a look, not able to get the gap closed, keep the momentum up. Danny O'Gara going to get the lead here on lap number 6. Yeah, here he is. Huge shot to the back of Danny O'Gara. Going to try and push him into the first sharp right-hand corner. Going to push him offline a little bit. Here comes Austin Taylor to the outside. Going to try and build that angle to get back to the bottom and not able to do it through the S's. So tricky. We've seen a lot of guys try to make that work tonight, and not a lot of them have been successful doing it. Daniel Guerra, defensive, though, going to be able to hold that first place position for another lap here with just 2 minutes and 11 seconds remaining on the board. Oh, way offline. Right there. Coming into the long straightaway, Austin Taylor a little bit offline. Going to give a decent chunk of time to your race leader, Daniel Guerra. That's going to pull him out of draft range, which is really going to make it harder for him to get anything done, because in order to be able to pass O'Gara, you've got to be absolutely perfect, because he is the benchmark here today. And it's going to be tricky, but if anybody can do it out there, it's going to be Austin Taylor, because that dude has been lights out quick today, too. Yeah, and as you were saying, being able to run a perfect lap, that's paramount. Running a perfect lap anywhere is difficult. Running a perfect lap here on this windy, technical, worn-out Whiteland Raceway Park surface, that's just about improbable. So much room to make mistakes, so many different places you can make unique errors every lap. So hard to be perfect and be perfect at it. This track is definitely a challenge for everybody that takes tires to the asphalt here. But the one guy's got to figure it out the best tonight so far, Daniel Guerra, with a 1.5 second lead over second place Austin Taylor, as we have made our way into the final 2 laps of this event. Oh. In the battle for 6th place, heating up, Elliott Simonelli under fire from Hudson Andrews. Unfortunately, we don't get to see the end of that, but we do have the white flag in the air for your race leader, Danny O'Gara. Just a handful of corners left for him to get this thing done. No big mistakes here. And this is the thing, I think, a part of the key to the success, right? You watch him, he's shifting that kart around, ducking down behind that steering wheel, doing everything he can to get every last little bit of power out of that kart transferred to the pavement. Like, it'd be one thing if he just, goes out there and just, holds still and holds on and holds the pedal down and runs off, but he is absolutely working his hardest inside of the car to get as much of an advantage as he possibly can.
Back here at Whiteland Raceway Park, Ian Fisher, Sheldon Atkins chopping it up here in the Kart Chaser broadcast booth. Back out here for our KA Junior final here. Only 3 more final races left to go here this evening from Whiteland Raceway Park, including this one. So 2 more after this final race. Karts through the tram line, getting the green flag right now. Ryan Mort, Evan Patton, Mason Galen, Lucian Laser, your 4-kart field here in your KA Junior final. Single final through the first couple of corners. And back through the downhill hairpin here. That's always been an interesting spot to watch on the racetrack. I will say, though, most drivers haven't had any problems with that. I really haven't seen too many issues from any drivers so far today, Sheldon.
Yeah, been a pretty clean, cut and dry kind of day here at Whiteland Raceway Park. Everybody bringing their best here tonight, and no real big chaotic moments. No, as I say that, we got one kart spinning around there at the back of the field. So white kart, can't necessarily tell who that is. I think that is that Galen.
I believe it is Galen. The only reason I'm saying that is I think I see 2 numbers instead of 1. So.
That's why I'm thinking the same. That's a rough break to start this thing out.
Actually, I think it was Patton. Now that because Galen's your leader, Ryan Morton, and Evan Patton is in 3rd. So we'll see what happens here when they come back across the stripe again. But 1 kart with 2 digits on their kart.
I think
had a little bit of an issue there. Yeah. Although Galen able to take advantage of that, moves up 2 spots now to the race lead right now. That's what you're seeing here. This is Galen and Mort fighting through this section of corners. Mort in the red and white 812 kart, Galen in the blue and white 64 on your screen right now.
2 real fast drivers up here at the front of this thing, but man, what we saw in the heat race, didn't talk about Morton much at all. Then in this last handful of laps, it was like he flipped the light switch and turned on the afterburners. Ryan Mort came charging through the field to get that lead so he could win that heat earlier, and I'm expecting pretty much the same here in a prime position right now. Just kind of ride around, keep that stuff from being too worn out, and then mounting a charge late into the running here on Mason Galen.
Yeah, right now Galen doing a great job of just staying out in front, getting that clean air on the go-kart, and just trying to tick away the time that's left here in this final race. Pretty much all you can do if you're in Galen's shoes right now. Last time by, at least, ran the fastest lap on the racetrack. We'll see if Ryan Morton was able to chip into this gap any bit as they get by the stripe this time. Sun fully set here at Whiteland Raceway Park. I will say that, definitely under the lights now with our final 3 heat races. Been a great day of racing here so far. That last time by, again, Mason Galen running the fastest lap on the racetrack, Sheldon. So no change in the gap between Galen and Mort, at least for the positive if you're Ryan Mort. But still a lot of time here to go in this final race.
Yeah, the lights are out. Looks like the nighttime is the right time as Mason Galen slowly walking away with this lead right now over second place Ryan Mort. I'm wondering if there's going to be a plateau point though where Ryan Mort really starts reeling in that 64 machine. Coming to the line here this time around. Ryan Mort absolutely starting to make moves on that 64 machine, setting a faster lap that time. 0.4 of a second quicker than your race leader, Mason Galen. Ryan Mort is on his way.
That doesn't really surprise me. We knew we were going to see that regression to the mean as far as the lap times goes, so that doesn't shock me too much. I'm interested to see, though, if Ryan Mort will continue to keep that pace going.
See these guys working themselves through the S's. Such a beautiful sight to see here under the night lights. Whiteland Raceway Park. Gorgeous facility and really brought out by just seeing it at night, man. There's something about night racing, right? It just always looks so much better as you see a huge chip into the lead now. Ryan Mort really on his way. Really close, a lot of time on your race leader, Mason Galen, through that handful of corners. 0.2 up that last lap from where he was the lap before. At the scoring, it was 0.5 of a second advantage. But I'm thinking that we're probably down nearly into the 3s at this point.
Well, if you do the math as if you do the math as it stands right now, it'll be about 2 or 3 laps here where Ryan Mort will catch him. So we'll see next time by if Mort has made any more of a chip into this lead. I almost got to wonder a little bit, Sheldon, though, if you're Ryan Mort, are you peaking potentially a little bit too early? You still got 3 minutes 45 seconds left in this race, and then 2 more laps, and you see the last time by, those lap times kind of equalized a little bit.
Well, I mean, we did talk earlier about, you know, the potential of fall off earlier in the day, but as the temps have come down, it's kind of backflipped on what we were expecting. These guys running, you know, purple laps all the way up to just about the end of the race. If there is any fall off, I don't think that it's going to matter as much as actual track position. As you see Ryan Mort still working into that gap of your race leader, down to 0.4 of a second now. But, you know, we've seen guys walk off to these crazy, you know, 4 or 5 second leads, and they just keep going. It doesn't come back. So if you're Ryan Mort right now, you hold that hammer down and hope that you're able to get it done, as you see him right in the wake now of Mason Galen. As we come past the start-finish line, now it's a 10th advantage. And Ryan Mort running a 45.988 to Mason Galen's 46.276.
Well, and you could see it just transpire in real time in front of you there. That last lap, you could see the gap just shrinking to Mason Galen. Right now, it seems to have kind of equalized a little bit. They're running about similar lap times right now. And that's something that I've kind of seen. It seems that Ryan Mort will get all the way up to the back bumper, but he's just not able to pass him yet right now. Still has 2 minutes left in this race with the additional 2 laps after they finish the time. So still some time if you're Ryan Mort, but right now at least it looks like they've equalized just the slightest bit.
Mason Galen up on the wheel, but Ryan Mort right there behind him as they work themselves through the S corners. Mort doing a little bit better of a job keeping it tidy up against the inside of the track here. Work through that fast hairpin back onto that long, high banked straightaway. Looks like Galen got a little bit of an advantage coming through the bank, but at the tail end of the straightaway, here comes Mort back with the slipstream advantage. Mort running a little bit lower through that first corner into the S's again. These two look just about equal right now.
Well, and again, I mentioned it earlier, it looks like Mort can get all the way to Galen's bumper. That's not necessarily the issue. It just looks like once he gets there, he stalls out a little bit. And that's what's been kind of perplexing to me. I don't know if maybe Ryan Mort is just kind of sitting here waiting for that pass to transpire possibly a little bit later in the race, or just right now doesn't have the speed to pass him. So we'll see here. Probably going to be coming to 2 laps to go when we come back to the start-finish line this time. But it is going to be very close. Might be 3 laps. That, I think, would play into the advantage almost of Ryan Mort in this situation.
Right now, though, still Mason Galen in charge of the field right now with just a 0.2 of a second advantage over second place Ryan Mort. Evan Patton sitting in the 3rd place right now, 4 seconds back. And unfortunate night for Lucien Laser continues as he's sitting there shotgun on the field right now in 4th place in that 8 machine. Which is heartbreaking because he had so much pace earlier in the day and really thought that he was going to be a big shaker in this final, and just it hasn't come to fruition for him.
Oh yeah, you mentioned it. We're used to seeing Lucien Laser towards the front, or sorry, towards the top of the leaderboard is what I am saying here, and very uncharacteristic to see him, especially right now, 14 seconds off the pace. So I'm sure the 8 group will regroup and come back. Well, the next time they come back, way stronger, because it's, again, a very uncharacteristic day for Lucien Laser. We're not trying to kick him while he's down or anything like that, just pointing out that this is very out of form for him. So obviously having an off day right now. The last time by, though, Mason Galen continuing to just kind of perplex Ryan Mort a little bit, I think.
Mason Galen with the heater of a lap of 45.8. Fastest lap of the race on lap 11. 10th quicker than Ryan Mort's quickest lap. I don't know, man. I think Mason Galen's, I think he's more or less set here as this thing dwindles down. I do believe that this is actually the white flag lap, because it gave us a 3 when it should give us a 2. But here comes Ryan Mort down to the bottom with a shotgun move in the last corner. Here we come down the straightaway. Looks like this thing's going to be in Ryan Mort's hands.
It is going to be the last lap here too, so we'll see if Ryan Mort can hang on here. We talked about it. He was waiting to make that move until the very last moment, and he's done that so far. But we'll see if he can hang on for these final couple of corners.
Here comes
You know,
Galen.
Mason Galen. Yeah, you know he's not going to give him that easily.
Here comes Galen right back to the back bumper of Ryan Mort as they come into that right-hand corner. All over the bumper. He's going to push him out of the way. Here comes Mason Galen. Right back to it. Ryan Mort holds on to it. Mason Galen all over the rear bumper trying to do anything to get by him. Is he going to be able to get anything here? No. It's going to fall right back into the hands of Ryan Mort at the line. Ryan Mort's going to bring home the checkered flag with Mason Galen in a close second. What a battle.
Yeah, that was really impressive there between Mason Galen and Ryan Mort. Tip your cap to both drivers there. Really, both of them deserve the win, but unfortunately in racing, only one driver can be the winner, and today that's Ryan Mort, and he does it with the last lap pass on Mason Galen. We've seen that move a couple of times this evening. That last lap pass in that start-finish line zone has really been a difference maker today so far.
Yeah, it's typically a big one here at Whiteland, too. When I was up here a couple weeks back, we had I think it was 2 or 3 photo finishes, all because of just the way that the track lays out with that last turn, giving you a whole bunch of speed to carry into that start-finish line, and a lot of opportunity to draft yourself up into a slingshot position. It's kind of like a Talladega scenario. Really fun to watch.
2 more final races to go here from Whiteland Raceway Park, so we'll step aside for just a few seconds. Ian Fisher with you here in the booth on Kart Chaser TV. Don't go anywhere. We'll come back in just a second. Kart's back on the racetrack here, Indianapolis Raceway Park, your 206 senior medium final here. Looks like 6 karts going to make up your grid. You like the green flag here? Mark Steele, Braden Haber, Braden Johnson, Nicholas Nosman, Peyton Klein, and Braden Mayfield make up your 6-car field. And a little bit of back and forth here. One car smoking heavily.
Yes.
Not sure what's going on there.
That's heavy smoke. That's out of Braden Heber.
I think that actually might be the back bumper dragging.
We saw how much of a detriment that was earlier this evening. Be a real shame to see Braden Heber get pulled out by something like that. Oh, we got one car around in the back of the field.
You can see right now definite problems for Brandon Heber. He's having issues controlling the cart, and you can see the pace just isn't there right now. Just not able to hang on with this 4-car lead pack group that's kind of breaking out right now. That's going to allow Mark Steele, I believe, or maybe even Braden Johnson to move himself into the lead pack. But look at this, 5 carts right now, all battling for the lead. I know Braden Heber right now is a little bit injured, but he's not giving up yet.
No, I don't think quit is something in Braden Heber's vocabulary, that's for sure. But right now, in charge of the field, Mark Steele leading a hungry pack of drivers. We got one cart off the track, the 73 machine of Nicholas Knotzman. That's a huge loss there, especially at the sector that he goes off there, right going into those long straightaways. It's a lot of momentum lost. It's going to be really difficult for him to come back from that. You see Heber trying to fight now for the 3rd position. All over the back bumper of Braden Johnson. He's going to get down to the bottom here through the S's, and he's going to get the spot away.
Whatever happened to Braden Heber, looks like he's kind of rectified the situation a little bit. You kind of saw earlier that back bumper, it was definitely dragging a little bit of smoke out of that 8 cart.
Not to necessarily correct you, but with all the smoke that we saw out of that cart, I don't think it was something bumper related. Because if it was bumper, we would have seen a whole lot of sparks. I feel like maybe there was something amiss on the motor or something. You know, maybe it was pulling dirty and, you know, just started throwing smoke down.
That's a good point. That is a very good point, actually. You bring that up.
It would explain the loss of power that he was experiencing there, too, because he was definitely down. But right now, Mark Steele versus Braden Johnson is your battle for the lead. Mark Steele kind of starting to walk with it a little bit. But Braden Johnson really closing it up as soon as the words come out of my mouth. He's there. He's within striking distance.
I'm interested too. Still 5 minutes, 50 seconds left in this race. Braden Heber, it does look like whatever issue he was having, he sort of has it figured out. Still a little bit back on the lap times right now, but at least keeping pace with the leaders right now. Braden Johnson, your fastest kart on the racetrack right now, just can't find a way to get past Mark Steele at the current time. And actually, I think he did make the pass now that I say that. Yeah, Mark Steele's still in the lead right now. So Braden Johnson trying to hang on there and make some kind of move happen. Will happen going into the corner here.
Bumper to bumper coming into the first technical corner. The 141 machine all over the back end of your 34 machine of Mark Steele. Mark Steele going to be able to fight through the S's, though, to keep the power down and keep the lead. Braden Johnson not able to get it done there, but now another perfect opportunity. Not quite able to get the nose where he needs to get it. Mark Steele is going to lead this lap. Now the real question is going to be, how much time has Braden Heber gained or lost? Heber lost. He's picked up 0.3 of a second with the fastest lap of the race so far, 51.697. 0.2 quicker than anybody else in the field at the moment.
Yeah, so whatever problem he had has definitely rectified itself. And I think you're right. If we were seeing the bumper scraping, we would have saw sparks. So I agree with you, probably something engine related. And I think that's possibly why it's also figured itself out right now, because we saw how detrimental a dragging bumper can be to one of your drivers. Remember back to Marvin Godsey was having to drop out of the race for that. But no such problems for Brandon Heber. He's even actually continuing to put down fast lap times. You mentioned fastest lap time that time by. And we'll see as they come back to the stripe what'll happen here.
Right now, Mark Steele still in charge of this event, though. Second place, Braden Johnson, keeping him honest, though. Just a kart length separating your two up here at the front, 0.2 of a second at the line. Braden Johnson's there. He's throwing the bumper to the 34 machine of Mark Steele. And here he comes, down to the inside. Braden Johnson, your race leader now.
That's someplace we haven't seen a lot of passes happen so far. So a tip of the cap there to Braden Johnson, able to get that pass done. You can see now Mark Steele is really trying to tuck in, get all that aerodynamic pull that he can, getting down to the straightaway here. It's not going to be enough, at least this time by. Braden Johnson able to hang on. Braden Heber still just waiting in the weeds back there in third position. And I think if you're Braden Heber, you want these two drivers going back and forth right now.
And Mark Steele all over the rear bumper cover, the 141 machine as they come down up to the start-finish line here. Lap's going to go to Braden Johnson, but Mark Steele is on the hunt right now. These two just dead matched for times and dead matched for pace. Braden Heber closing it up again, though, with a 51.226 that lap. Another purple lap for the 8 machine. Up to the 3rd position, just within throwing distance now, 0.8 of a second back from your first 2.
And look at this, Mark Steele all over the back bumper of Braden Johnson, trying to make a move to the outside here. Won't get it done. Can he get it back done on the crossover? No, he can't.
Oh, here
He's
he
going to
is.
try to get it done here. He's going to set it up into the sweeper turn. We've seen it so many times, Sheldon.
He was trying around the outside line, but wasn't able to get the pole that he was hoping for, but that's going to keep him real close. But here comes Braden Heber. He's back into the picture.
He loves this. He loves seeing these 2 karts in front of him just battle.
And 1:40 left on the clock. Add 2 laps to that, and the checkered flag is out.
Lots of action here in our penultimate final race, and we mentioned there's been so much going on, and there's still 1 minute and 30 seconds left in this final race. It seems like this battle's been going on for about 30 minutes, Sheldon.
Absolutely. This has been the show of the night, the best race we've had so far, just for the excitement factor alone. And the storylines going to it. You got Braden Heber, who had engine problems at the start of this thing, back up here into the mix as you got a side-by-side dogfight that's been going on for multiple laps now, and you see Mark Steele dive it down to the bottom here through the sweeper. He's going to get the lead, but here comes Braden Heber to the bottom. 2-for-1 special for the 8 coming to the start-finish line. He's going to be able to keep it.
Oh, man. Oh, that was tight there for a second. And I was wondering what Brandon Heber was going to do. I was just about to mention before he did it right in front of our eyes. Is he going to try to get the 2-for-1 here? He went for it. He's able to at least get 1. But look at this. Braden Johnson going back on the inside. He's going to take the spot back from Heber.
With his hand up, asking for Heber to push him down the back straightaway, which I think Heber's going to stay in line and try to do because it's the only opportunity to really close that gap to your race leader almost instantaneously. Heber in line, giving a huge shot to the back of the 141 machine through the S's. Heber's trying to do everything he can now to try and find a way to get past that second place machine of Braden Johnson. But it looks like Johnson's kind of... It looks like Johnson's kind of making that card a little wide. He don't want to give up the second place spot.
Yeah, 2 laps to go this time by. So Mark Steele, your leader, only has to hang on for 2 more laps. But again, Braden Heber trying to do all he can. You mentioned it, to get past that 141 car to Braden Johnson.
As they reel back in your race leader, Mark Steele, though. What's going to happen here? We saw when these two got side by side, Braden Heber dove it down to the bottom, was able to get 2 of them, wasn't able to make it stick, but is he going to be able to try it and make it work this time? Mark Steele in charge as they work their way through the S's. Second place, Braden Johnson all over the rear bumper as they come through the sweeper. Back here onto the front straightaway now. White flag is in the air. 1 lap to go.
Remember, Sheldon, that Braden Heber gets close enough. He's showed us that he's capable of trying to make that 2-kart pass. But there it is, Braden Johnson to the inside. He'll take the spot away.
Braden Johnson up to the lead, taking the lead from Mark Steele. Mark Steele going to go a little bit higher, trying to build momentum off of the sweep corner, off the bank corner. Here he comes, and they're 3 wide into the first right-hander here. This is not going to work, but somehow they make it stick. Braden Heber up to the lead, but not for long. Here comes Mark Steele back through the S's. Mark Steele in the lead again, and here comes Braden Johnson trying to bring a fight back to Braden Heber. Mark Steele now in charge of this thing. He's going to be able to hold on for a handful more corners to get it to the checkered flag. Looks like he's got it for now. Through the final corner, Mark Steele with the win. And Braden Johnson's going to bring it home second, and a great recovery from Heber with those technical issues at the start to bring it home third. What a race.
Sheldon. Yeah, exactly.
Like, that was crazy.
That was something else right there. But yeah, to recap it for you, and Once everybody's kind of taken a step there, Mark Steele was your winner in your 206 senior medium final. Braden Johnson, Braden Heber, second, third position, respectively. Nicholas Nosman, Braden Mayfield, Peyton Klein going to round out your 6 positions in that class. So we'll take a break here in the broadcast booth. Go ahead, Sheldon. Sorry, I was just going to let us take a breath there after that final.
Man, the heart rate is through the roof right now. That was an absolutely insane last lap battle by these guys. 3 wide into a 90-degree bend, and all 3 of them made it stick, and all 3 of them were still scrapping at the finish.
Yeah,
I think
the positions changed. I think the lead changed at least 3 times on that last lap, if I'm not correct. So that was incredible.
Oh man, I love this track.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. So we're going to take a second to breathe. We're going to give you folks at home a second to breathe too. Come back in just a few minutes for our final race of the evening, your KA Senior Final here from Whiteland Raceway Park on Kart Chaser. Kart's back on the racetrack here, Whiteland Raceway Park. Green flag already in the air for your KA Senior Final. Henry Wheeler, Matt Dean, Raider Santos, Nick Denny, Macy Galen, Braden Rudder, Kevin Simon Ellick. Your driver is out on the track right now. So far, so good through the first couple of corners. Single file. Looks like nobody really wants to make too much of a move. But now that I say that, Sheldon, looks like we got one car moving to the inside here.
Can't quite see the number on that cart just yet. A little bit out of our zoom range. Right now, Henry Wheeler in charge of the field, though. Been so fast today. Is he going to be able to keep the momentum up and get the job done tonight? Still side-by-side racing a little bit further back in the pack. think that's, is that Braden Rudder?
Braden Rudder, yeah, moved all the way up to 3rd place, actually, after the start. Gained 3 positions from 6th place, so he'll find himself in 3rd right now. You were correct, that is Braden Rudder.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Had a bit of a misstep in his heat race. Handling issues looked like they really bit him or something was wrong with that kart earlier, and here he is coming back. Starting, oh, we got one around in the S's.
But that was the 97, Matt Dean.
That's a huge loss because he's one that was right up there in the picture all day long.
You mentioned earlier Wheeler was very fast, obviously, in the heat race. That's why they're on pole and leading this race right now. But a couple other names, Braden Rudder, you mentioned one of them was very fast. Santos, very fast. Matt Dean, even, too, is one of those drivers that was challenging for the heat race win, but just had a little bit of a moment there. We saw Matt Dean. That's going to drop him down at least in the 5th position right now. All things considered, a good recovery from Matt Dean. We'll see if he's able to chip away any more positions here in the final 6 minutes.
Henry Wheeler in charge by 2 seconds, but Braden Rudder has worked his way all the way through this field up to the 2nd place position. Is he going to be able to mount an attack from that far back and charge up there to the back end of that zero machine and make a fight for it at the end? We saw how fast Braden Rudder was in his first heat this evening before something went wrong on the kart. Now he's back up here in position to where if he can just log good laps and figure out how to be better, he can get the job done. And he's really moving right now with a 45.7 to Henry Wheeler's 46.3 that lap. The purple lap, this best lap of the race so far, goes to Braden Rudder in 2nd place.
Yeah, 0.6 of a second delta right now. So about 3 laps would show him and Henry Wheeler battling for this lead spot the way it sits right now. We'll see if Wheeler can get back on task here and put down some fast lap times of his own. That's who your camera is on right now. Still just over 5 minutes left in our final race of the evening here from Whiteland Raceway Park. It's been an excellent day of racing so far here. Again, Braden Rudder with the fast lap time, but it's equalized just the slightest bit there, down to a 0.3 of a second advantage now for Braden Rudder as far as the lap time goes.
Yeah, but as long as he keeps cutting in by a couple tenths of a second each lap, he's going to be right there at the back end of that zero machine. And once he gets the draft off of Henry Wheeler, I feel like it's going to be lights out for that 50 machine as you see him really closing it up here through the S's. We'll see if that sticks. Oh, yeah, he's there. Braden Rudder in the picture now.
Yeah, definitely in the same camera shot, and that's something we haven't been able to say so far in this race. We'll see as they come across the stripe that time by. Again, 0.6 of a second, almost 0.7 of a second delta. So Braden Rudder right now is the fastest kart on the racetrack. It's just going to be down to can he make the pass on Henry Wheeler when he gets there.
And this is the speed that we saw out of Braden Rudder in that first heat. So bad fast the entire front half of that heat, and then just something, like I've said a few times before, something went amiss on that kart, and you know, away he was, had to bring it down pit road. It was something was wrong, but here he is. Looks like they finally got it figured out. Struggled in the second heat, had to carve his way through the traffic, but now he's up here to 2nd place from a massive disadvantage to the back end of Henry Wheeler now. With just 3.5 minutes remaining from Whiteland Raceway Park for the night.
That would be quite a way to redeem yourself if you are Braden Rudder, coming from the 6th position, up 3 spots so far. Finds himself in 2nd, looking for that final position. Nearly identical lap times that last time by, though, for Henry Wheeler and Braden Rudder. So it's not over yet. Still 2.5 minutes left in this race, plus 2 laps once they get to that point.
Yeah,
so
Henry
still some
Wheeler.
time here. Go ahead.
Henry Wheeler looking over his shoulder. You can almost see the question mark above his helmet as he realized, how did you get here? Looking back at Braden Rudder. Now, Rudder kind of equalized. Henry Wheeler picking it back up, getting back on the wheel. Faster lap. That lap's going to go to Henry Wheeler it's going to go to Braden Rudder, but just barely within 1/10 of a second of each other on the timesheets. But that 50 machine, he's hungry, man. He wants to get this thing done. It's been a night of attrition for him, and it's really starting to come back around in his favor. You see him duck down to the steering wheel, trying to get as much speed on that long straightaway as possible. It's going to draw him right up to the back bumper of your race leader.
Good run right there coming out of the bank corner for Braden Rudder. We'll see if he's able to translate that into any closer of a gap when they get back to the start-finish line. Kind of noticed something a little bit with Rudder. He does have the speed in the straightaways, but I will say Wheeler kind of gets him going back to this technical corner section here a little bit.
Yeah, but as much speed as that car is carrying down these straightaways, I feel like that's where the difference is going to be. That's where Braden Rudder's going to be able to get this thing from Henry Wheeler. If he can just get a good opportunity and blindside him coming into this corner right here. One of these laps, and he's getting closer as you see him get right back to the bumper as we come into that quick right. Going to go high, try to build an angle so he can hit that apex and get the momentum down. See right now that Henry Wheeler pulling just a little bit through the S's. But here comes Braden.
I think you're absolutely right. I think you're absolutely right, Sheldon. I think there's going to be that straightaway corner coming out of the bank corner if he's going to do it. And he's got about 2, maybe 3 chances left right now. I just think he needs to be a little bit closer than we've seen him the couple 2 times to be able to make that move.
Let's see right here. This corner right here is the one that's going to make all the difference for him because that's the one that sets the momentum for the straightaway. Not quite what Braden Rudder needed that time. Not going to be able to shore up as much as he was hoping for. Advantage going to Henry Wheeler in the zero machine for now.
2, maybe 1 lap left when they come back to the stripe. I did not see if there was a white flag in the air, so we will see this time by. Although now that I say that, it does look like the flagman has the white flag ready. So we'll see when they come back to the stripe this time for Henry Wheeler. If you're Henry Wheeler, you do want to be seeing the white flag, but I think it's going to be 2 laps to go this time by. So Braden Rudder still has a little bit of time here to work on Henry Wheeler, try to get that pass done.
2 more laps, 2 more chances for Braden Rudder to be able to get something done on Henry Wheeler, but Henry Wheeler has done such a great job since Braden's gotten into the picture of just being the dictionary definition of consistency. No mistakes out of that zero machine, and that is what is really benefiting him because these two are just absolutely matched for each other at the moment.
Yeah, right now, just Braden Rudder was able to get there, but hasn't been able to pop this bubble, basically, that you're seeing on your screen right now. This about 5 kart lengths gap. He's able to get it down to his back bumper. Just not able to get it stick there so far. And this time by will be 2 laps left. So when they come back to the stripe, they'll be getting the white flag. So still some time for Braden Rudder, but I think he's almost running out of time a little bit, Sheldon.
He just needs to get a better run through that last corner leading into the straightaway, but it's just not happening. Right now, Henry Wheeler looks like he's going to walk off with the advantage and most likely get the win, barring any massive mistakes out of that zero. Much better set of S's, though, that go around for Henry Wheeler. Going to pull him in a little bit more. Can he keep the consistency up? Can he keep the momentum up? Henry Wheeler getting a little bit better run down the straightaway. White flag is in the air. Last lap to decide the racing tonight here from Whiteland Raceway Park. Been an absolute blast to sit up here in the booth and call this. Right now, Henry Wheeler still with the advantage. And I don't know if Braden Rudder's going to be able to get to him, man. It's a long shot from here. He's not going to be able to get to him.
I think you're right. I think that time, potentially, especially through that last corner, seeing the advantage that Henry Wheeler has now has ran out, unfortunately, for Braden Rudder. But fortunately for Henry Wheeler, he's going to be able to come through the last couple of corners here, back through the tram line, and he's going to take the checkered flag for our final race of the evening. Henry Wheeler will win your KA Senior Final here from Whiteland Raceway Park.
And everybody, give a huge round of applause to Braden Rudder, because the drive that he had in such a match series to get himself up there into position to battle for a win and be all over the back bumper of that zero machine, that takes a lot of grit, because he crawled straight through the back end of this field to get up there to that front, and from a massive disadvantage.
Yeah, we mentioned the technical problems you see on your screen right now. Braden Rudder's going to pick up 4 spots to get himself up into second position. Matt Dean, Raider Santos, Nick Denny, Macy Galen, and Kevin Simon-Ellick are going to round out the rest of your KA Senior Finals, and also the finals here this evening here from Whiteland Raceway Park. So final thoughts from you here on a fabulous day of racing, Sheldon. I had some fun calling it up in the booth with you. How about you?
And first time we get to sit in here in the booth together when, we've been kind of two ships in the night doing this stuff with Grid Vision for the past year or so. Been a blast sitting up here with you and finally getting to call one. And, man, I love sitting here and broadcasting races from Whiteland because this is such a fun circuit. And thank you to everybody that showed up and raced tonight. You guys were the talking point of the evening for us. Otherwise, we'd be up here talking about nothing, and nobody wants to hear that. And just thank you to Kart Chaser for having me. And, man, I'm looking forward to doing more of this in the future.
Yeah, and congratulations again to Henry Wheeler. He's going to win your KA Senior Final, our final race of the evening here from Whiteland Raceway Park. On behalf of everybody